competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh. I go show you love, oh. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, eh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nnamdi o. Ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun Nnamdi. Alákọ̀bí. Mr. Pamela. Anybody? Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finishi. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.
Coming from Peter Obi now is late because we discussed this biasness from INEC response to the petition. That was almost 2 weeks ago, if you guys remember. You know, yeah, obviously it was not last week, so it was last 2 weeks. Almost more than 10 days now, we've discussed it here. So I frowned at it. So I'm happy now that Peter Obi is responding to it right now. So yeah, but let's see what Mr. Peter Obi have to say here quickly. I want us to take this together. Please help us to press on the dollar sign, support us. I think somebody already super chatted me. Let me quickly acknowledge this person here. Somebody super chatted me earlier on. Thank you very much, Lady Eugenia. God bless you. Thank you so much for this super chat. Thanks for doing it all over again. You've been so supportive. I'm grateful. Thank you, my good people. Continue to press on the dollar sign. Encourage what we do here. It's not easy to be coming out every day. You guys are the one paying us to do this. Nobody else is paying us. We are not working for anybody based on payment. Peter Obi is not paying us for this. Nobody's paying us for this. You guys are the one paying us to do this because you want a better Nigeria. I want to say we are very, very grateful. Thank you, my good people. All right. I see somebody lost their position, I guess. Okay, I'll come back to that later. I guess somebody's also on the backstage. 1 minute. Okay, thank you very much, my people. Let me quickly go straight on this article. You know, it's already 27 minutes on board, so let's move on. Okay, on the article, let's read it together. Presidential poll, you are biased. Peter Obi replies INEC. So I'd like us to take it from here. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, LP, Mr. Peter Obi, yesterday accused the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of bias, insisting that it ought to maintain neutrality in electoral contest amongst candidates. Obi, in a reply, he filed before the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, faulted the electoral body for filing a preliminary objection in support of the president-elect and candidate of All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He noted that both the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal had in the past cautioned INEC not to place itself in a position where imputation of partiality in favor of one party against one would be leveled against it. Thank you very much. Okay, the commission had in response prayed to the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, PEPTC, PT, to dismiss the petition filed by LP and its presidential candidate Peter Obi, saying the relief sought were not grantable. The electoral body contended that Tinubu and Senator Kashim Chetima, who were the APC presidential and vice presidential candidates, were duly declared and returned as elected and issued certificate of return, having fulfilled the requirement of the Constitution to be so declared. So INEC is the first respondent in the petition filed before the tribunal by Obi, the first petitioner, and LP and second petitioner. They are dragged INEC, Tinubu, Chetima, and APC to the court as first, fourth respondents, respectively. In its reply filed by its lawyer, Abubakar Mahmood San, senior advocate of Nigeria, the INEC prayed the court to either dismiss or strike out the petition for being grossly incompetent, abusive, vague, nebulous, generic, general, non-specific, ambiguous, equivocal, hypothetical, and academic. That was all the words coming from INEC. Maybe not even take and reach yourself. INEC ought to be neutral, not supporting one party against other. 14 INEC, Obi, who came third in the February 25th election, recalled that the Apex Court had, in the case of Attorney General of the Federation v. Abubakar 2007, in number emphasized that the Electoral Commission must not only embrace neutrality as its watchword, but must always remain fair and focused. He said, unquote, the first respondent, forgetting its role as an electoral umpire, gave a notice of preliminary objection to challenge the alleged incompetence of the petition. The global best practice for electoral umpires in national elections is that an electoral body must avoid creating the impression that it has no respect for neutrality in an electoral contest between candidates. The appellate court have repeatedly admonished the first respondent of its need to remain neutral in election proceedings. However, the first respondent hereof has remained impervious to change things. INEC adorned gap of contestants in poll. Okay, let's come here. Therefore, it is not only an embarrassment, but a repudiation of the duty of the first respondent when it adorns the gap of contestant in an election conducted as an umpire to raise preliminary objection against an election petition, as in the case hereof. The expectations is that INEC will maintain a neutral stance in all litigations where participants in elections are challenging the outcome of the elections and not indulge in filing objections to the petition. The petitioner will, before or at the pre-hearing session or at the hearing of the petition, urge the Honorable Court to strike out and or to dismiss the first respondent notice preliminary objection. Besides, Obi described as misconceived INEC preliminary objection against the petition he lodged against the declaration of Tinubu as the winner of the presidential election. The first respondent contention that the relief sought in the petition are not grantable is forced and made in manifest disregard for the specific and concise pleadings in the petition. So Mr. Peter Obi continue. The pleading in the first respondent notice preliminary objection that the allegation in paragraph 20 of the petition is defective and does not disclose a cause of action is wishful thinking. Obi further contended that Tinubu was not elected by a majority of lawful votes cast at the election, adding that the appeal court, which will sit as the tribunal for the presidential election dispute, has the requisite jurisdiction to entertain and determine the real issues in the petition. Mr. Peter Obi continued. The petitioner further averred that the necessary parties as required by law for the determination of the instant petition are before the Honorable Court. The Honorable Court has the requisite jurisdiction to entertain and determine the real issue in this petition. Furthermore, Obi contended that Tinubu's running mate, Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima, was not validly nominated to contest the presidential election. As at 14th July 2022, when the third respondent was nominated as the vice presidential candidate of the fourth respondent, the third respondent was still the senatorial candidate of the fourth respondent for the Bonu Central Senatorial District, his name not having been withdrawn by the fourth respondent as stipulated by the Section 33 of the Electoral Act 2022. Bonu Central Senatorial District is a constituency for the purpose of a senatorial election. Likewise, the entire federation is a constituency for the election for the office of president and vice president. Until there is a valid substitution of a candidate by a political party, the status quo remains, and therefore the submission of the third respondent form EC9 as vice president candidate of the fourth respondent did not automatically abrogate his subsisting nomination as senatorial candidate for the senatorial election for Bonu Central Senatorial District. The petitioner's case is not founded on the Section 285, subsection 14 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, amended, he argued. Obi told the court that though LP had agents that were positioned at various polling units during the conduct of the election, he said INEC unfortunately failed and neglected to give clear copies of the result of the election in the polling unit form EC 8A to the petitioner's agent, as the pink copies given to the petitioner's agent were very faint and unreadable. In reply to the news issue raised in paragraph 26-27 of the first respondent reply, the petitioner averred that the actual vote obtained at the polling unit, as shown in the reports incorporated pleaded in the petition, show that the petitions won a majority of the lawful votes cast at the election and meant the constitutional requirement to be returned declared as the winner of the election. In further answer to the said allegation by the first respondent, the petition averred that the actual result of the election shows that the second respondent neither won the highest number of lawful votes cast in the election nor met the constitutional requirement, including securing the that is the 25% of the vote cast in Federal Capital Territory, FCT, to be entitled to be returned declared as the winner of the presidential election. Mr. Peter Obi continued, indeed, by first respondent. Record the second respondent is the first candidate since 1999 to be declared the winner of the presidential election without winning 25% of the vote cast in the FCT. The unlawful return declaration of the second respondent as the winner of the presidential election in the hasty circumstances that characterized the said return declaration is patiently unconstitutional. The petitioner admits the adverment paragraph 28, 29, and 30 of the first respondent reply and further reaction to the new issues raised states that the issue of beavers for the transmission upload of the result of the election in the polling unit electronically to the first respondent result viewing portal RF is mandatory. Manual collation. Let's talk about the manual collation. It's a continuous thing, but I really want us to take this. Let it be on our own record as well. The petitioner in answer to the issue of manual collation stated in paragraph 31 of the first respondent reply that by the applicable laws and regulations, the legitimate mode for resolving dispute at the collation is by resorting to the result uploaded on the IRF using beavers as of the date of filing this reply on the 21st April 2023. The information on the first respondent IRF portal on INEC website shows that out of the 176,846 polling units, the results submitted were in respect of 167,433 polling units, and that the percentage of the uploaded result on the IRF is 94.68%. To date, they have still not finished uploading the presidential results. We continue. In further answer, the petitioner averred that the first respondent IRF containing the election result of the election in the polling unit data of the election results uploaded stored on the IRF is hosted on the Azure or the Amazon cloud platform. Okay, I guess this is the last one, the last paragraph, I mean. The petition will at the trial rely on the server logs for the IRF server as well as the server content of the Azure cloud platform. In response to the issues raised in paragraph 44, 45, and 46 of the first respondent reply, the petition averred that for resolving dispute relating to the collation of the election result, the only legitimate reference is to resort to the uploaded result from the beavers to the IRS. Obi added in the process he filed through his team of lawyers led by Dr. David Ezoku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. My people, that is the end of that particular one. I thought I should carry everybody along. I guess some of you might have read it already because it was submitted just yesterday here. Yes, we thought we should bring it here, but I have a constitution here. The constitution is available for all Nigerians. It now depends on you if you choose to be reading it as a novel. So let me take you to this session, section 25 under chapter 3 of the Constitution of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 amended. Let us quickly come here, you know, because I don't know why the 137 Abati is not talking about it, or other lawyers are not really talking about it, but they keep quoting this 25. But let's see if maybe we might see something different from here. I don't know, but let's read this one together, my people. Please like and share. June Obaseki, thank you very much. I saw the paper support. May God bless you, madam. Thanks for doing it again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, my people right there, help me to acknowledge and appreciate June Obaseki on the comment section for the about £11 support on paper. God bless you, madam. Thank you. I can see Martina Obaso TV just coming in. God bless you, madam. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate every one of you right there. Rita Godwin, I can see you right there as well. I can see more people. I'm a bright. I can see you. Thank you, my good people. Now, God will bless you. Now, continue to press on the like button and share. I wish I can mention all names, but we really need to move on right now. Let's take on this constitution quickly together and see if we can get a different view or understanding about this constitution. Let's do this. One moment, my people. Let me increase the text here. Okay. 1 minute. Just hold on, my people. Let me just give me time to put this right. Okay. This is the constitution, the section that Abati just read to us not long about the citizenship. The 137. I would like to hear that from Abati, to be honest, or every other lawyers to come in and analyze that part for us. But let's quickly see to this. Who knows? The following persons are citizens of Nigeria by birth, namely A. Every person born in Nigeria before the date of independence, either of whose parents or any of whose grandparents belongs or belonged to a community indigenous to Nigeria, provided that a person shall not become a citizen of Nigeria by virtue of this section, if neither of his parents nor any of his grandparents was born in Nigeria. Every person born in Nigeria after the date of independence, neither of the whose parents or any of whose grandparents is a citizen of Nigeria, and every person born outside Nigeria, either of whose parents is a citizen of Nigeria. To me, I still don't understand this because the other 137 was very clear. This one never clear to me yet too, but I'll read them out the right for there. In this section, the date of independence means first day of October. Okay. Subject to the provision of section 28 of this constitution, a person to whom the provision of this section apply may be registered as citizen of Nigeria if the president is satisfied that he is a person of good character. He has shown a clear intention of his desire to be domiciled in Nigeria, and he has taken the oath of allegiance prescribed. Hold on. He has taken the oath of allegiance prescribed in the 7th schedule to this constitution. The provisions of this section shall apply to any woman who is, or he said between 25 to 29, right? So for me, maybe I'm different from this though. Maybe some of you might understand this much better than me because I've always let you guys know I'm not a perfect person, but this session, I don't very dance this. I don't know if you understand that. So it's better to see if some of you can understand this better than the session 137. Okay, let me continue. The provisions of this section shall apply to any woman who is or has been married to a citizen of Nigeria, or every person of full age and capacity born outside Nigeria, any of whose grandparents is a citizen of Nigeria. Then let's go to 27. Subject to the provision of section 28 of this constitution, any person who is qualified in accordance with the provisions of this section may apply to the president for the same of a certificate of naturalization. No person shall be qualified to apply for the grant of a certificate or naturalization unless he satisfies the president that A, is a person of full age and capacity, is a person of good character, he has shown a clear intention of his desire to be domiciled in Nigeria, is in the opinion of the governor of the state where he is or proposes to be resident, acceptable to the local community in which he is, 1 minute, to live permanently and has been assimilated into the way of life of Nigerians in that part of the federation. Okay, let's continue. Let's just continue. I really want to get this right. He is a person who has made or is capable of making useful contribution to the advancement, progress, and well-being of Nigeria. He has taken the oath of allegiance prescribed in the 7th 7th schedule to this constitution, and he has immediately preceding the date of his application either resided in Nigeria for a continuous period of 15 years or resided in Nigeria continuously for a period of 12 months, and during the period of 20 years immediately preceding that period of 12 months has resided in Nigeria for a period of amounting in the aggregate to not less than 15 years. For me, I still don't get this part. I don't know. Maybe, say it take time for people to understand some section properly, though. But let me continue. I really want to read it to number 29 before I will bring that 137. That one is so straightforward. Subject to the other provisions of this section, a person shall fulfill forthwith his Nigerian citizenship if not being a citizen of Nigeria by birth. He acquires or retains the citizenship of or nationality of a country other than Nigeria. Okay, so what happened here? Please let me read this part again. More than they listen, though, because I really need support here. Let me highlight that part again and read this part. In fact, let me just take the whole paragraph together again. Let me put it there like that. I don't know. Subject to the other provisions of this section, a person shall fulfill forthwith his Nigerian citizenship if not being a citizen of Nigeria by birth, right? He acquires or retains the citizenship or nationality of a country other than Nigeria. What happened there? Of which he is not a citizen by birth. This part, my people, wait. Wait. Let me bring this part. Let me bring it, because this part, I believe, I hear what they look for. Please continue to press on the like and share. We are learning here. Remember, Nigeria Watch, we come here to learn every day. So nobody is here. Nobody is perfect here. So let's get this part right. The first paragraph, but I just want to add the second one to it as well. Okay, let me bring it. Let me make it big so that we can get this right. 1 minute. Let me make this very big. Guys, continue to press on the like button and help us to share. God bless every one of you. Okay, let me bring this. Okay, here you go. I guess everybody can see this clear now, right? It's very clear. Okay, let me read these parts. You can see on that part there, he acquires or retains the citizenship or nationality of a country other than Nigeria, of which is not a citizen by birth. Any registration of a person as a citizen of Nigeria or the grant of a certificate of naturalization to a person who is a citizen of a country other than Nigeria at the time of such registration or grant shall, if he is not a citizen by birth of that other country, be conditional upon effective renunciation of the citizenship or nationality of that other country within a period of not more than 5 months from the date of such registration or grant. To me, I think within the lawyer that will explain this properly. For me, I can't digest this. I can't really digest this. But I would like us to quickly move on to immunity. Before I come back to this again, the talk about immunity, if they're saying, if, for example, Tinubu is sworn in, the perjury will not affect him anymore, right? That's what Abati also said. So we are here to learn, okay? Let me quickly bring that in. Let me read that part quickly. I think we should get this right. Section 308. Section 308. Okay. Let me bring this here, my people. 1 minute. Okay, this is section 308. Okay, I guess everybody can see that right there. Okay, wonderful, you can. Okay, let me quickly take this one here. So, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the Constitution, but subject to subsection 2 of this section, no civil or criminal proceedings shall be instituted or continued against a person to whom this section applies during his period of office. A person to whom this section applies shall not be arrested or imprisoned during that period, either in pursuance of the process of any court or otherwise, and no process of any court requiring or compelling the appearance of a person to whom this section applies shall be applied for or issued. That's true. The perjury offense will not apply to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Also, remember, guys, I said this before yesterday. Some people think, say, maybe we don't know what they talk for here. They'll come back and twist this session for you once Tinubu don't become president. Tell you, say, the petition where we submit. Anyway, I'd like us to move on. Let's move on, my people. I just want us to move on because Section 37 is different from this. We've read that several times here. So what are we talking about? Please press on the like button and share. Let us start talking. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can see Madam Irene in the building. Good evening to you, Madam. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate every one of you right there. Abo Azi, I can see you as well. Good evening to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pious morning. I can see you. Thank you. Press on the like button and let's listen to our wonderful panelists. Maybe they might have a different view of what we have presented so far. Thank you. Okay. Let me move on to give us a mandate. Give us a mandate. You're the first on the panel today. I'd like us to take a short meaning so that you can get to people quickly. Let's do 6 or 8 minutes. Max 8 minutes, minimum 6. Let's do that. Give us a mandate. Are you there? Talk to us, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, Mr. Elvis. Hopefully, I'm coming out well.
Yes, very clear.
Yeah, thank you for all that you do. This struggle, this fight for the soul of Nigeria, we end in praise. To end in praise. Greetings to everyone, Mr. Ike, Mr. Hedwin, Madam Inena, F. Emmanuel, every other people on the panel, Madam Victoria, Madam Eileen. Greetings to everyone. Everyone in the comment section, greetings to everyone. Well, I mean, Peter Obi actually said his mind, and it's just an avenue for him to hear his opinion and make the whole world know what is happening coming from INEC. INEC is supposed to be an umpire in this whole election thing. But the way the INEC is being run in Nigeria, I think INEC is playing like a political dog to APC. I mean, we heard the story of how Mahmoud Yakub got his job. I think it was even an APC person in person of Rotimi Amechi that talked about how Mahmoud Yakub got his job as INEC chairman. And so because the person that actually recommended him knows that he's going to use him in the future, they quickly put him there. And the one that has the credibility and integrity, someone like Mikey Guinea, was not allowed to get to that position. So Peter Obi is making us understand that INEC is biased. INEC is just trying, because APC should have been an independent of INEC. But now INEC is even playing as if they are part of APC, because their chairman or the chairman of INEC was recommended by Tinubu to Buhari. And it's only can get worse before it get better if the judiciary don't do their things properly. Because what he's trying to say is a way of creating technicality for the judiciary, and then they can throw out Peter Obi's case. But this one is more than technicality. This situation is above technicality. 88 people and more died in this election. Some voluntarily gave up the ghost because they felt that their future is being taken away from them because of the actions of Mahmoud Yaqub. That's supposed to be an umpire. Now, if you liken that to what happened in the US, Trump called the Electoral Commission in Georgia to scout for some vote for him so that he can be on top of Biden. And that man went on a press conference telling them this is what the president is asking him to do. And so they are independent, but when it comes to Nigeria, they are like political puppets in the hands of the president, in the hands of the senators and all of that. Because what can you say? Lawa was a president when he was trying to run for the president of Senate when he was trying to run for the post of a president. The vice president has a double nomination. On the ordinary ground, those should have even take them out of the race. But you know, our society today, back home in Nigeria, that's what they face. Then when it comes to the issue of citizenship, honestly, Dr. Abati is trying to turn his own studio through a rise into the law courts, because he should not even be talking about this situation, this whole thing. Allow the court to rule on this whole matter. You saying that, oh, it's been done before, it's been this before. Are you now saying that you are in support of APC or you are in support of Tinubu, despite the fact that you are the person that was cries in the studio of how people were killed, some were maimed, some properties destroyed, some even up until now have not recovered from the mayhem that was unleashed on them during the election. I think Road Vivers shared the story of one person, Madukwe something, that was killed in front of his house, and the person was buried yesterday because of the election on the 18th of February. So I think on the 18th of March, what has all of this turned into? So Nigeria is becoming a place. I mean, I had a conversation with two security personnel in Nigeria, just out of curiosity, asking them, do you guys think that this guy, with the way things are going, will be sworn in? A top official said, yes. The other one said, yes. Why? Because even the generals, I think somebody even called on Maigun's show yesterday, talking about how the generals, they have been bought with money. People that should stand for the truth, they have been bought with money. Even though you feel that the military should not interfere in our elections, they also have a role to play. One, knowing that this person that is going to the topmost office is a drug lord. He has a forgery case. He forfeited $460,000 in the United States, has a dual citizenship. All of those things is even enough for the whole thing to stop the whole thing. But the generals, the admirals, all of them, in fact, one even told me that basically all of them voted for APC because they've been put in the pocket of the politicians. So, and now they said the guy is in defense house. You can be in defense house if the judiciary does what is right. You will not get to Asurok. You can have security briefings. I mean, no worry about that. But if the judiciary will stand tall and make Nigeria a sane society, that guy should not see Asurok. That guy, 25% of Abuja, you didn't win it. Peter Obi's vote in Rivers State, Peter Obi won Rivers State. Peter Obi won Lagos State. Tinubu did not have 25% in Lagos State. Peter Obi won some other states. His vote was reduced in Jos, in Plateau State. So all of these things are even enough to stop this whole shenanigan, and then just 25% alone is enough for the court to rule and say, you know what, this guy did not win this election. Peter Obi, even though you place him on third, won the election because even the person that you put on second did not have 25% for Abuja. But Nigeria is, with the way Nigeria is going, if they allow all of this things to slide, I only wonder if we will experience Nigeria that we experienced while growing up. Morality is going down. People are being, I mean, we have a story like you shared here. People are being contacting AIDS and HIV, killings everywhere, no jobs. It's just a society waiting. Hopefully, it doesn't get to an extent where it won't be irredeemable. People are just looting. Imagine they went to Sudan. Every other country went to Sudan without announcing how much they spent going to Sudan. The very first thing that Nigerian minister or the Nigerian government would do is to tell you how much they spent hiring 4 buses. US did not tell you how much the amount they spent. Other countries of the world did not tell you how much they spent going to Sudan. But Nigeria is, the minister is quick to tell you how much they spend hiring 4 buses. That is what our country is turning into.
Thank you.
So we'll just keep pressing. Hopefully, judiciary, you will do the right thing. I think your picture is already on Twitter handle of Ruben Abati. I think the judiciary, they've been nominated already. Their faces on. If you want to pull up Abati's Twitter, you can see it. Thank you very much.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you very much for your submission. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Irene, right there. For me, I don't know what to really say anymore because, I've re-echoed and re-echoed this whole situation so many times on this platform, telling people that, especially those of you that is saying, oh, Tinubu cannot be sworn in, Tinubu will never be declared winner, then they declare a winner. Tinubu will not get certificate, they give a certificate. Tinubu will not be sworn in now, you don't enter defense house. And so Oyo, they talk. Every step you are engaged will just be happening in your eyes. Because if you listen, if you have been following me for a while, you should know that many of the things that I've objected or rejected or opposed is happening. Many of the things I've said, no, it will not happen. No, this one will happen. Or it's happening. I've said it so many times here. Many of you don't say, no, it not go happen like this and all that. I don't argue with so many of you for this platform that this will happen because I don't trust this government. Look at the way they are twisting the constitution now. The constitution that I just read just now is clear that you cannot hold another citizenship, right? Even the other section 137, also clear. But they're already twisting it. Listen, one thing you don't understand about this country, they go twist and twist and twist and they will come confuse you. You will come be like person who not going to go school. Yes. In case you're not aware, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak right now, Tinubu is drinking tea and bread and relaxing in the best sofa and bed in Defense House in Abuja. Is there. So let's move on to the next person. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks once again, my brother. Give us a mandate. I would like to listen to Madam Nena. Madam Nena, are you available to talk to us right now? Good evening to you once again.
Yes, good evening. Good afternoon, everyone.
8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. Thank you. God bless you. And
Thank you.
please, I just want to beg you for something. You are, like somebody said here, that that when she stumbled on this thing, you gave hope by your positivity. I like your energy. I like your positivity. I'm trying to be positive, but I can understand the disappointment. Please don't lose hope. Me, I'm not losing hope.
No, I'm not losing hope. I'm just stating the reality.
No. You're right. Because honestly, just like this one sister wrote here, Sister Irene, when I saw that convoy, I'm like, wow. So you go just wake up, this will come be a reality. See, this man don't become our president. Like my heart sank a little bit, but I still want to keep up hope, right? I still want to keep up hope. Trusting God that there is nothing impossible that, like I always say, like I always tell myself, yes.
What I'm saying is, whatever that needs to be done needs to be done
now.
The 29th of May.
Yes.
When this man enter, and he's now a president.
No,
I don't know better.
I get you perfectly well, because that's exactly, I was coming to that. That's exactly what they're trying to say. Because this particular case about the crisis concerning Tinubu's humanity, let me just put it that way, because it's like everything about this man is fraudulent. Ganifa Wemi has been screaming about it for years. Immediately he gets into power, they say he has immunity. They can't pursue it again. Everything becomes history. Everything is overtaken by events. I get you, because that is the fear that once this man gets in there, everything dies down. It is a very scary situation. It's a very scary situation, and we don't know what is going to happen. But like I said, I just don't want to lose hope that maybe something is likely to happen. But unfortunately, and another there, was it yesterday? I was just asking myself, I said, it seems like it is only people in the diaspora, maybe people like us on this Niger watch, and once in a while I watch Mayegu's it's like there are people that are talking. I keep asking myself, what are people in Nigeria doing? The people that we are crying for, like somebody said here, for me, I live in the US. I have a good job. I am good. But then you think about people in Nigeria, and I'm here having headache about what is going on in Nigeria. And I kept asking, why is it that people in Nigeria are not making move? Why is it that people in Nigeria are not doing anything? Everybody just, act as like all is well. We just move on with our business, with our daily. I mean, it has happened. Let's go on. Life goes on. Like, I don't know why when our people will snap out of this mentality. And this is the reason why things have gone wrong in this society for very long time, because they know that Nigerians will just they just do it, and the next day everything goes on as usual. Whatever that comes to them, they will scream about it, they will shut up. That is just the mentality that these people have used to suppress our people over the years. And I don't know when I saw the obedient movement, I was so convinced that when this thing don't happen the way people want it, that the same momentum would have been on the street, screaming and yelling for the world to hear us. It so baffles me that our people are just quiet. Everybody's just quiet, moving as if nothing happened, nothing, who cares? Like, it's just so funny. It's just so funny. People who are soaked into Yahoo has so okay, I can always make money through this one. Most of our girls in Nigeria now have turned to hook up, like as if that is the normal way to live. Most people who are into all these things, this is not what they want to do, but because the society is wrong, the society is bad, they just find themselves doing it, and now everybody has gone back to status quo. This is exactly what these people wants to keep us. It's so sad, and it breaks my heart. And again, I come to the issue of declaring citizenship. Each time I hear Dr. Abati say this, I feel like I could just ask this man a question in real life. My problem is not dual citizenship, because when I read some of these things in the Nigerian Constitution, it is similar to what is obtainable in the US. You see, in the US, anybody can contest any position in the United States. But if you are not born in the United States, if one of your parents, or if you are not legitimately born in the United States, you cannot contest for the presidency. But for me, that has dual nationality, I have a naturalization, American passport by naturalization, I can contest any other position, but not presidency. I think that's what it is. And I keep asking the question. I have asked this question to several people. Please, can somebody tell me what exactly is Tinubu's origin? When you Google Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you can never get any information. My brothers and sisters, I don't know why, if anybody is seeing this, is asking this same way, the same way I'm asking it. When you Google Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the one that they said is our president-elect of Nigeria, ask about his hometown of origin or by his mother, you will see nothing about this man. I've taken my time to Google majority of the people that I know in power, including the outgoing president of Nigeria. You will see the name of his mother. You will see the name of his father. They will tell you where he came from Kanuri and Fulani. Who is Bola Tinubu's parents? We are here talking about dual citizenship. Are we even sure that man is a Nigerian in the first place? Was that man born in Nigeria? Why is it that the likes of Abati them that are arise with these people? Why is it that they are not probing these questions? I remember Ganifa Emi was screaming on this thing. Who is this man? Who is this man? We are here talking about dual citizenship. Tinubu's case might not even just be a case of dual citizenship. It might just be that this man is even a Conakry, or is a Conakry born man. He might not even be a Nigerian by birth. There is no story about Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Google. How do you explain that? That somebody who is about to be the president of the most populous black country in the world has no history. We cannot even say, this is where this man is born, this is who his father is, this is who his mother is, this is the school he attended. We don't have no story about this man, for crying out loud. And somebody is telling me that his dual citizenship has nothing to say. Okay, let's just say just for the sake of argument, that he just happened that he's a Nigerian who has dual citizenship. My point is this. The problem is not him having dual citizenship, but why did he not declare it when he was filling the form to contest as president? Is it that he forgot that he had dual citizenship, or he intentionally wants to lie about it? Why was it not declared? Why is it that nobody is addressing that part? Because that is part of the problem. He intentionally did not declare this, because the Constitution of Nigeria says if you have the citizenship of another country, you cannot be the president of Nigeria. Why? I don't know why. Look, I just feel like I could just get someone like this, Ruben Abati, and engage him in this conversation. Let him explain. It's not about the job and say, oh, that thing is nothing. Nigeria allows for dual citizenship. I get that part. But the Nigerian Constitution also says that if you intentionally acquires the citizenship of another country, you cannot contest the presidency of Nigeria. Why was it not declared? If this man didn't know that this was the problem, why do you think he did not declare it? This is the question that we are not asking. This is the question that I would like Ruben Abati, if you can hear us on Nigeria Watch, please take our time to educate us on this part. Why was it not declared? Tell us the Constitution where it says that you can have the dual citizenship, be a Nigerian citizen and be a citizen of another country and contest the presidency of Nigeria. I can understand other positions, but the presidency, you cannot. That is the truth. And again, please, Ruben Abati, tell me the origin of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Where is he from? Who is his mother? Who is his father? Who are his brothers? For crying out loud, this man Melchizedek that does not have an origin. Who is he? Who is the man that is about to be our president? Who is he? Why is it that nobody is asking these questions? It is so exact. It is so sad that we are here talking about all this. It is heartbreaking for me. And for INEC, of course, I keep asking myself, is INEC actually coming to defend themselves, or are they coming to defend APC? Because that is what is sounding to me like at this point. And that is why P2B is crying what he's crying. It sounds like this man is more or less, INEC is more or less defending APC instead of defending their case. The case against Tinubu is different. The case against APC, INEC is different. Why is INEC defending Tinubu instead of defending themselves? It tells us one thing. I can also buy into the fear that you have, Mr. Elvis, and everyone else, that these people have so corrupted every facet of Nigeria that it seems like there's no way you can go and get justice. It is a very scary situation. Each time I think about it, it drives me crazy. It's a very scary situation. It's very scary. It's so sad. Oh my God. I don't know. I just here for now.
Thank you, Madam. And I'm happy that you are saying it how it is. You know, I've been on this since last year. You know, we are here now for the past 1 year, fighting for the better Nigeria. I wish others are putting more effort the same way we are doing here on this platform. To be honest, as we speak right now, I stated this here the other day that at the weekend, I think it was Saturday or Friday, that most Nigerians now are in a bar eating isiyewu and drinking beer. You know, many of them have already been confused and distracted on social media as we speak. Many of them, you know. So it looks like, and you also mentioned, Madam Nena, that yes, you are American citizen. Yeah, many of us here are citizens. Yes, we can choose not to visit Nigeria in the next 20 years. Nothing will affect us. Many Nigerians, I have lots of friends in the United Kingdom that are British citizens that have houses in Ghana. Whenever they are saying, I'm going to Africa, they are going straight to Ghana. They are enjoying their lives. After all, if you want to defend that, Dele Momodu lives in Nigeria. He is a Nigerian. He's a politician. He was a presidential candidate as well, you know, an aspirant as well. But he lives in Ghana. Yes, so what are we talking about? It's not compulsory you must live in Nigeria if we all are not coming together to make Nigeria a better place. Many of us have options. In case you don't know, 1 minute, in case you don't know, I'm a British citizen. Look at my passport. I'm a British citizen. It's there. So I can choose not to come there if I don't want to. Madam Nena that just finished, she's also American citizen. And many of my panelists here, they are American citizens and United Kingdom or other European citizens as well. When we are here, this no, to be honest, everything I've talked about before this election, I came to this same platform. I stated that INEC can never be trusted. I was attacked. Even my own team and some of my panelists, they attacked me. No, don't say that. INEC. What do you mean INEC? I trust INEC. I trust INEC. I trust. We argued here, which we don't supposed to do. Then what happened? At 4 a.m. when you were sleeping, INEC gave out a certificate and declared the winner. Nobody came back here to say, oh, Elvis, I apologize. I'm sorry. I have said it over and over again. I don't trust Nigerian government. Since I was born, I've never trusted that government. Until date, I will never trust them. The only time for me to start building trust on my country government is Peter Obi. This is the only time. This is my only hope. If APC continue like this, I can never trust the government. Even you that is supporting APC, ask yourself, do you trust your government? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Do you? You don't. Nobody trusts Nigerian government. Have Nigerian government ever prioritized you? They have never. What are we talking about? Let me pick a call. Hello, thank you very much, madam, for calling in. Please talk to us. Turn down your device. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, madam. I can hear you. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Hello.
But yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, madam.
Yeah, I just wanted to support what Madam Inena said
yes.
initially about actually the questions that somebody like Ruben Abati should be asking rather than talking about the dual citizenship, because nobody has really come out to actually ascertain if that Tinubu man, his origin, where he's from, no any information about his origin, his background, and they know that that man is possibly not even, allegedly not even a Nigerian, but obviously the journalist, nobody has investigated that. It could be that it's an information that they know, but they are not willing to bring it to the open. And those are important questions that should be asked. But it's actually unfortunate that nobody is asking those important questions. That is the thing. Nobody is talking about those things because they know they are going to get into trouble if they ask those questions. It's sad, but I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful, and I still believe that something will happen, because that man I saw the day he returned. I don't know. I'm not trying to, but I can tell you 99% that man does not look well at all. So
thank you. Thank you,
madam. I don't know what is going to happen between now and 29th. But let's fingers crossed.
Thank you very much,
let's
madam.
Be hopeful. Thank you so much, Nigeria Watch.
God bless you too, madam. Thank you. To be honest, my people, I'm very, very hopeful. But it looks like it's just like you bullet point all your hopes, right? One is being removed along with the other, you know, from day one of the election, the campaign and everything. The only hope now, let's say you bullet pointed 10 hopes. The only one left now is now the only 29th of May. So it's we just one left. Just one. Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Okay, Mr. Chooks.
Oh,
thank you very much, sir. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful job you're doing and all the panelists. Yeah, I say, let me tell you, Nigeria is built to fail, nothing more. You see, 3 days ago, this same government, we are talking about Nigerians who are in Sudan, who are suffering, and the private citizen is rescuing them. And they are telling us that Nigeria has over 5 million Fulanis in Egypt. So they're planning to go and bring them back. That is what the NIA said. So all these shenanigans that is happening is going to blow hot. You see, Nigeria will not survive this if they don't wake up right now. Look at what we are saying. And the people who are supposed to know the right thing to do are the ones that are telling you one side of the story. And look at what Mr. Abate is saying on our national TV. So he's just there to balance the story rather than face the fact. And he is the one that said that law does not have a morality, right? Like you rightly said, we were sleeping and certificate was issued. And nobody's talking about it. What they're telling us that he is qualified. There's so many things. It's just sad. It's just completely sad. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. It's very sad. For me, I'm very, very sad as well. Very, very sad. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Hello. Yeah, good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Hello, yeah. Good evening, Mr. Elvis and the entire panel there. Honestly, I can feel for you. I feel for myself and all of us. But I want to tell you this. The time has come. You know, first and foremost, talking about the dual citizenship, one question is to be asked. Who is the female that bore the name Bola Tinubu in Chicago? Where is that lady? And who is this Bola Tinubu? We are told that the certificate he presented did not come from the university. Can people still investigate to find out? Now, even not going into all that, the time has come. It is clear. You see, the people who are in government know what they are fighting for. They want to replace so many of us from Nigeria. Chase those they will chase out. Demolish those they will demolish. But if Nigerians don't stand up now, it is no longer the issue of talking. I want to believe my brothers and sisters over there know what we are talking about. That we are citizens here. If you remain here perpetually, you have a home you call your own. You will remember that place someday. We have people there, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, and grand ones. Now, if we don't stand up, the youths, this is what the ancient people fought. This type of people we are there then, they never allowed them succeed. And the youths are here now. The Bible says the beauty of the youth is his strength. If we can do what happened in South Africa during the apartheid, that chase apartheid out, I think that's what Nigeria needs now. For the whole Nigeria to wake up one day and say enough is enough.
Thank you.
Enough is enough. We are not living for these people That country is not meant for them alone.
Thank you,
the
sir.
Nigerians that own Nigeria are there. We can stand out now and tell the world, this is what we want.
All right.
Unfortunately, I'm not there, and the time is not on my own side as such.
Thank you, sir.
These were the type of things I did when I was much younger.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Hello. Yeah, please turn down your device. Turn it down. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Your name and where you calling from, sir?
Yeah, yes, I'm coming from France.
What's your name, sir? You are not talking. What's your name?
I'm Paul.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to us.
Yes, really. I had everybody. How everybody doing there? So what I'm just thinking about is, I just think everything is the country is has come failed country already. Because I don't know what we could be possible over there again. If you don't get OBI in the president, what people are going to think about now. Because what is going on there now, after when this one get 8 years to rule 8 years, what do you think Nigeria will talk to? You know, they are no light, they don't have road, they don't have school, they don't have hospital. What do you think for this new generation life? You know, it's very painful.
Very painful.
Very painful. I'm always thinking about it, but I'm here for more than 12 years, but I'm not visit one time. Sometimes I would think I want to visit, but I can't do it. I don't really know what is going on. Really, everybody's wait. But what they for do, like what that man just said, if it's possible, everyone we take it, we wake up, every youth in Nigeria, even they block that so I've been waiting for 10 million people. What they can do, they will surround that.
All right, sir.
Because you know.
Thank you.
You know, it's really painful. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in, sir. God bless you. Thank you. Hello, turn down your device, please. Turn it down. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello?
Hello, your name and where you calling us from? Good evening to you.
Yeah, this is from London.
Go ahead, sir. Talk to us.
Right. Okay. So what we got Tinubu that you know what happened is this: the situation of Nigeria is a very, 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 very sorrowful situation. That people who actually stole the vote now are the one jubilating and the one that are going to defense house. And the reason all these things are happening, I think the biggest mistake the obedient made is that to allow the governorship election to go on. That shouldn't, the agitation should have started from there. And apart from that, why and the reason this is happening, because the Fulani, they feel that they control the whole security, the military, the police, the navy, the army, and as soon as people come on the street, because they know that this will never happen, how can you allow a criminal to come and rule Nigeria?
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear from another person. I appreciate you. Thanks for calling in. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Godspower, for calling in. Please talk to us, sir, quickly.
Yo, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Godspower calling from the state of Kuwait.
Go ahead,
Mr. Evans, I want to say well done, the good work that you've been doing. And I want to also thank the commenters and the panelists and everyone that is still believing in a greater Nigerian. You know, it's so unfortunately that we find ourselves in this situation, which we have been in for long. I'm not surprised by Abatis, because even everybody know that Abatis, the guy is the two-headed sword. You know, two-headed sword. It might have been bought, so it's not a surprise thing if all those so-called decade of nonsense have been bought, or maybe so-called professors have been bought. Abate might have been bought, then he's still working in a what is it called? In the international TV, you know. So it's not a surprising. But my own concern is that me and you, we are here in the foreign land agitating strongly for a better Nigeria. The question is that the people back home, I swear, if you call 3 or 4 persons, they've already given up. It's as if maybe it's me and you that we are here, we are still agitating. And the people that will make the thing to strong, even though we are doing our own part, are the people down there. I bet you, if you call somebody now, they will tell you that that one don't go, Jerry. You know Nigerian things now. Now who go come die? I beg, no, they manage them, and you ask yourself, say, so all this one that everybody, because what we are doing here, aside from our normal job, this one that we are doing too is a job for a better Nigerians.
Okay.
But you are not surprised that this whole Nigerian there. You know, you what you'll be hearing from them, if you are not that strong, faith human being, my brother, you will back up on these issues. I swear to God. Just like our sister Rita always says that we should not have a yo-yo feeling. But there's something they call reality that which me and you, we are seeing.
Thank you.
So we should not take outside reality of the things. So we're just praying that God should, it's only God we need now, my brother. It's only God.
Thank you so much, my brother, for calling in. God bless you. Thank you so much. All right. I would like to pick one more call. Mr. Pius, thank you very much for calling in. Please talk to us. Hello, Mr. Pius, are you there? All right. Mr. Pius, can you hear me?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening to you, sir. Thank you very much for calling in. Please talk to us, sir.
Yeah, God bless you, sir. Nigeria wash the Moses of our time. Thank you. If any other person did not believe you when you are saying something, I always believe you. At least if you don't have 100, you get 70 over 100. Everything you are saying.
Thank you.
Before those things you are saying, they're always true. You understand? If nobody gets it all, but the things you are saying, I always believe you. So do you know what is going to happen in Nigeria? The only person that will change this Nigeria for us is Peter Obi. When you hear Peter Obi talk about the rule of law, you will follow the rule of law. Everything in Nigeria is going to change once. In abroad here where we are living, they follow the rule of law. Nobody's above the law. Nobody. And that's what Peter Obi want to bring to win Nigerians. Because he said when the head did not take a bribe, he doesn't take anything a bribe. He said others will imitate. My boss doesn't take any bribe. They will be afraid. But when the boss started eating bribe, the followers will continue what the boss is doing. And that's why they don't want Peter Obi to come in. They know Peter Obi can change that. But by the grace of God, our principal is going to change. We come. They will swear in Peter Obi, whether they like it or not. Sir, Nigeria, just big men. They are just taking Nigeria for a ride. They are taking Nigeria. They are playing with Nigerians. When it busts out, and they will surprise. They will surprise what is going to happen in Nigeria. They will surprise. It's just a little thing. They are just waiting. They are just waiting for the court. Nigeria is small change, whether they like it or not. Thank you very much, sir, for everything you are doing. May God bless you. More anointing to you.
Amen.
More blessings to you.
In
the name of Jesus.
Amen. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Please talk to us.
I'm calling from Mickey.
Okay, go ahead.
You see in this life, my name is on the tricks. You see in this life, everybody has a price. Ruben Apako has taken his own price. Let me tell you something now. You see what the Northerners are cooking for the Yorubas, they don't understand yet. Let's be patient. We should give them 6 months. You see this new husband and wife thing between the two of them also comes to limelight. Because you know why? There is no way Tinubu's edge will not fail. The lifespan is very, very short. I'm not wishing him evil though. Buhari is stronger than Tinubu. Then when the major crisis happen, I will not wish Tinubu evil. Because when Tinubu is no longer there, then the Yorubas are crying out. Oh, they have stolen their mandate. Now Shetima is not the next president because definitely they will definitely swear Shetima in. We will now see the real light, the real face of the Yorubas. Then let's see who is going to support them at that time. Whatever they are doing now, we should allow them to do it. Let's believe that there is hope. Maybe a brick can still get back the mandate. With what we are seeing, Tinubu holds the whole money to buy everybody he wants to buy. Man, we should give them time. Just give them time. Everybody should be patient.
Thank you, sir.
It's painful.
All right.
Be patient.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Hello. Good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from. Turn down your device, sir. You should know this. Turn it down. Go ahead, sir.
I've just done it. I've done it. Good evening. Thank you very much for all you're doing. You see, one thing I see there is that you know, when we're talking about democracy and we're in a democratic society, they put it out there that we are practicing democracy. But number one, democracy has failed us right now. The only time that we have hope, or the whole country have hope, in our democratic system, Mahmoud has failed us. Now we are talking about the judiciary. Now, if the democratic system has failed us, and now we are going now into our judicial system, how are we sure our judicial system will not fail us? We are in a country whereby these are the two major things that would have straightened things up for us. But right now, we are having nowhere to hope. I'm calling from Germany. If there's election going on in Germany, you don't even know election is going on. Not until everything is finished, you see it on the television. But that of Nigeria, Mahmoud has failed us on the hope that they gave to us. Now, we are going into our judicial system. How are we sure that our judicial system will not fail us? We are putting it to try. But if it fails us, we have lost right and left. We lost the democratic system and at the same time our judicial system. Yeah. That's just my contribution. I just want to thank you very much for all you've been doing, and I pray that God will guide and protect you every day of your life.
Amen, sir. And you too. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, let me come back to my panelists. Callers, please. I will prioritize you again later. As you can see, we received more calls than people that have contributed from the panel. Please, guys, help us to like and share. Hit the $sign, support what we're doing here, right there on the comment section. Continue to press on the like button and help us to share. Our voices needs to go far. I'd like us to quickly move on now to the next person here is One Love. One Love, thank you very much for your patience, sir. Please talk to us in 8 minutes. One Love, are you there? Okay, let me move on to the next person now. Mr. Ike, thank you very much, Mr. Ike. Please talk to us in 8 minutes, sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening, my brother. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank God for what you're doing for us, for Nigerians. Thank you for your patience and your grace and your strive for better Nigeria. Thank you for your sacrifices. I send my greetings to my fellow panelists and those on the comment section and those that are watching us around the world. We're here gathered for a better Nigeria for every one of us. Even though we are no more living in Nigeria and some of us might decide never to go back. We have nothing.
So is that telling you are watching there?
You are hearing any noise?
Yeah, we are hearing a background noise, sir. Thank you.
Okay, give me 5 seconds.
All right then. Please, guys, can we have some likes and share before we have Mr. Ike back now? Thank you. Now, God bless you now. To be honest, I still have hope, but unfortunately, now only one hope we can't get. Only one. So we should have that in mind. It's only one that is left. Thank you.
Is he okay now?
It's fine, sir. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, our daughter came in for vacation 2 days ago, so we have extra noise in the house, you know. Father, mother, daughter issue, you know how it is. So we're enjoying our daughter who just came in 3 days ago for vacation for 2 weeks. So, yeah, my brother, I think talking about Abati, you know, the only thing I want us to, all of us, the patriotic Nigerians and obedient worldwide, is where we are discussing this issue of legality. We should not try to apply emotions to it. Abati is saying what he wants to say. At the end of the day, the judges are the people who will make that call. I think that what we should be, emphasizing mostly is that our principal and the lawyer that he has hired, that they have a lot of evidences that will make, when judgment is delivered, the world at large will be able to see what Nigerian judiciary has become. Because at the end of the day, whatever decision that was taken, even if it is on our favor or not on our favor, there is nothing anybody can do to change that law unless when we get a true government that we can be able to make changes in the Nigerian judiciary. So I think we should, try to, remove emotions to when we are discussing things that has to do with the law interpretation, because everybody has interpretations of their own law, the way they interpret it. The whole lawyers, they are not in agreement. Judges, they are not in agreement. So at the end of the day, that's why majority always carry the vote, even though majority judgment might not be the right judgment, but that's what it is obtainable. I think I could follow what Rufai said the first time the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice was there when we are talking about this dual citizenship. I follow what Rufai asked of. Rufai asked of on a moral ground, morality. Why did he not say that he had this passport? I think the man himself agreed with Rufai on a moral ground that yes, morality, as somebody who wants to lead Nigeria, he's supposed to be honest to Nigerians. He's supposed to have said that he had that. But also we remember that he did say that because this is not part of the petition, it might be difficult to begin to interpret this. I don't want to listen to what Abati is interpreting. But at the end of the day, Atiku has added it into the petition. For me, I think we wait and see what the tribunal is going to say about it, or the appeal court or the Supreme Court. So I'm only appealing to all of us that let us not, try to invest a lot of our emotions towards this legality of a thing, but let us, invest our emotions, hoping and looking at the information that we got so far, we see that our principal has a very strong case. And that is our prayer, that every other thing that comes up, that in every area they want to go, let there be a very solid case to make, so that the world will see what Nigerian judiciary has become. So I want to appeal to all of us not to continue to doubt our ability or doubt your faith or your feelings. No, we should be strong in our belief that the legal team of our principal, they are equal to the task and he's ready. If he's not ready, he would have made us to know. But from every indication, Mr. P.W. is ready to go to the end. So we should be confident that Nigerian judiciary will do something. Like I was reading one of the judges who retired the other time, he used the Senate president that he was one of the people who said this was wrong, and he spoke to some other judges too, and they confirmed that it was wrong. But today, that the Senate president is in the Senate, he and Abadli, they were not supposed to be there. But this is what we obtain what is obtainable in Nigeria. So you see that some judges who disagree with judgment, but still it didn't change the outcome of what the decision they took. So this is why I'm appealing to all of us to let us reduce our emotions, but let us put our hope that our legal team are equal to the task, so that at the end of the day, we shall see where this thing takes us to. On the issue of Tinubu going to the defense house, already from the interpretation that we are making, the issue of perjury and stuff like that, this is the script that they have written already. He has to be there so that at the end of the day, even though he went against the constitution, you can no more arrest him, just like what the example they were giving when he became the governor of Lagos State. These are the things they have programmed themselves. And this is what P2B is coming to change. And this is why everybody is afraid. So I think that in the normal circumstances, I think it is a legal thing that somebody that has been elected should go to the defense house. But because this is INEC selection, we're still disputing the election. But now that he has gone there, I think it is the fear of that perjury is one of the problems. If in case, when this case continue to go and there is need to arrest Tinubu, I think because of that, they decided to make this fast that we go to the defense house. But Nigerians are watching. We are watching, and we see what comes out of it. But I'm saying that please let us be strong. We cannot stop to be strong. So whenever we're interpreting the Constitution, at the end of the day, it is the judges at the end of the day that will do what is right or what is wrong. So please, we are in order. I think you read Mr. Peter Obi's issue with INEC, and this are to tell you that we have a strong case, and we should be confident of the people that are running the show for the legal team of our principle. Thank you for now. I yield for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ike. God bless you. Thanks for the encouragement. At least there's hope when we hear things like this. Just that the only hope we have is the judiciary and the way things is going, just because I don't have trust for this government. So, but maybe this is the time for the judiciary, to stand out for the people.
Brother Davis, I want to help you. Like you did say, what Abati is trying to do, Abati is trying to sow a particular seed in the minds of people, but we're not going to allow him to sow that seed. Just because something happened last year or 20 years ago doesn't necessarily mean that it is the same thing that is going to take place.
Obviously,
so at that point, I do not want anybody to accept that, because the situation now is different. The situation of Nigeria and where Nigeria finds itself and what has taken us to tribunal is something that is so sensitive that the judges themselves, they are Nigerians, they are not foreigners. They live in Nigeria, their children are here, even though their children are not here, they are here. They know what the country is like. So I don't buy that Abati idea. That idea, you want to sow something in our mind, but we say no to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'd like us to quickly move on. Before that, Pepper Down with Love, thank you very much. I'm a Bright, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate both of you and those of you that have super chatted us earlier on, Lady Gina and Kosh. God bless you all. Continue to press on the like button, my people. We currently have 496 likes, and we have over 1,198 people watching us across. Please, can you press on the like button to take the likes out of 496? Let us take it to 600. We can, please, let's do that. I'm looking at it right now. It's still on 496. If somebody can just press on the like button, that would be nice. Okay, 499 now. God bless every one of you right there. Okay, let me call on the next person here, which is, I don't know if One Love is back. One Love, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please talk to us. 8 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Niger Watch, and everyone in the panel. I sometimes I just don't know what Abati is up to, but I can tell you that he is not a wise man. He's probably one of the foolish person I've ever seen at this point, because I think when I listen to him at times, it appears that he wants to prove to us that he knows everything, and only a foolish person will tell you that he knows everything. And Abati is a guy that goes back and forth. And now when you look at his body language and everything that he's saying on that studio, it just appears to me that he's supporting Tinubu, basically. And he doesn't know how to put it forward out there, because he's probably going to get a lot of resistance from the obedient. I know he doesn't like Obi. Definitely, I know that for him, because they are still sad that Obi left PDP, because Abati is in PDP anyways. So you can see every time they try to bring Obi's matter up in the studio, he's always trying to play down. Well, the law says this, the law says that. Come on, bro. I know you have a PhD, but you don't know everything, So don't come on air and try to tell us rubbish. We know what is going on in Nigeria. It's not good. We have an election that was just conducted, probably one of the worst elections we've ever had. as a nation. You have a presidential candidate who is running all over the country and going outside the country even to seek medical care, just like we discussed yesterday. And you are going to sit there and pretend like these things are okay, telling me that the issue of morality is nothing? Come on. You know better than this. If the issue of morality is nothing, then where do we get our laws from? Where do we get all these laws? Where do we get them from? Like when they are codified in terms of, the Supreme Court justices coming to declare this and that and that. Where do we get the laws from? Even animal kingdoms have laws based on morality. That's how they derive their laws. So don't come on air and tell me that, well, we can overlook that. This something happened in Lagos many years ago, and that was not successful. So therefore, we shouldn't pursue it. What Atiku is doing is he has the right to go to the court and challenge the citizenship of a presidential candidate. But you coming on air to play it down like it's nothing, when we've seen over the months a lot of revelations, what this guy has been up to, in terms of being a drug lord, forfeiting money in the United States, obtaining a citizenship from another country, and you're telling us, oh, well, let's overlook that. Come on. Now, what do you tell to the common man who is on the street? A guy who probably walked into the store and pick up a material worth of 20 naira. Now you call the police to run after the person. That's a criminal. Because he's not wearing a coat, he's not putting on a tie, he's not sitting in an office to use pen to deduct money and add zeros to get multiples of zeros to get money. You call that guy a criminal. And yet we have a presidential candidate who forged all documents, right from EC9 form or whatever they call it, to this point. And we can't hold him accountable because he's bought all of you with money. I'm not surprised that he's going to the defense house, because by now the military is probably bought over. That guy made a lot of money from Lagos. He can buy a lot of things. But guess what? He cannot buy health with money. He can go to the best hospital in the world. He can go to Cleveland Clinic. He can go to Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. But he cannot buy good health. If you get to the point where the doctors cannot do anything anymore, that's it. And I think I was reading on your chat yesterday, somebody saying, why are we all over this Agbado guy? Only God gives health. Only God can guarantee good health. But guess what? That guy also said that there is nothing money cannot buy. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in a few months or even in a few years and see if money can buy your head, bro. So to Abati, if you don't know what to say, just lock yourself up and don't come on the studio. At this point, we don't want to hear any stupid guy, old man like you, coming out to talk nonsense in the studio. These are people that, growing up should be looking up to. People who are in secondary school or in university should be looking up to you, but you're just getting older. And it's as if people in Nigeria, the more they get older, the foolish they become. I don't know why, So I don't really think he has a case there. I support Atiku to do whatever he wants to do, even though I'm not for Atiku, but whoever is challenging the process at this point is definitely the right thing to do. I have always known INEC, even before I left Nigeria, I've always known INEC to be this kind of political referee that is not impartial. They've always been in that position of getting along with whoever has the highest money or whoever is the highest bidder, I would say. So for me, I'm not surprised that Okoye will go to Channels TV and basically defend. I think he was just defending APC when you watch that interview on Channels TV. He was just defending APC, trying to defend APC, not even defending INEC. Now you can tell with their body language that all of these guys have been bought with money, and there's really nothing at this point that anybody can do about it unless people in Nigeria rise up against these evil and satanic leaders. That's the only way out for me. I really think we all need to be united and rise up against this nonsense, because you cannot tell me that A leader can go there and break the law. It's okay. And then when somebody who is walking on the street, the common man breaks the law, oh yeah, another law holds that guy responsible. It's not okay. So this is where we are as a nation. And we have to break this shame and these shackles in order for us to move forward. I just want to say one more last thing, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you.
That at this point, we really just have to focus on the judiciary, focus on these guys, and make sure we know every one of these judges that are going to be presiding over this case. And we are going to be after them and make sure we dig out all their information so we can hold them accountable in order for them to pass real justice. It is time for us to take this country back, and the time has never been better than now. And I think OBI is going to do better than all of these guys. Thank you.
Thank you, One Love. God bless you, sir. Thank you for your submission. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you very much for the super chat. God bless you, madam. I appreciate you. Okay, I would like us to quickly move on now to the next person that we have here, which is Margaret Bass. Margaret Bass, are you there with us? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Please talk to us. 8 minutes. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. And I greet everybody as well. Good evening, everybody. Wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, about the situation that is before us as Nigerians, it's just a shame that we call it democracy, and we can see that it's just like it's just like a joke. There's nowhere democracy can be practiced this way, and we are not. They already take us as nothing, and they mean what they want to do. They are carrying on with what they want to do, which is not fair on the people. And now, everybody that is like supporting LP is a target, and this is going on in the background. That it's not in the open. It's happening. They are attacking people. They know that you are from LP and all that, and they want to like carry on with the crazy decision and move on, and So what I just my advice is just that we just need to be strong. We should not give up, because even in the Bible, when Pharaoh was challenging God, when God used Moses to deliver the children of Israel from Pharaoh, we all saw. If anybody know Bible, you go to Exodus, you read about it. It was just the same thing. To the extent that Moses did not believe that it's possible anymore for the children of Israel to go to leave slavery. And the same thing Nigerians are facing right now. We are slaves in our own country. A lot of Nigerians, if this carry on, a lot of Nigerians born outside will never be able to know Nigeria, to know how it look like, because of crime, because of corruption. And I think that is why it's very important, because we are alive now. Every parent, every children, we parents, we're supposed to kind of stand firm so that we can win this battle. It's not an easy battle, but we will not be discouraged. Whatever they put before us, we have to be strong and keep getting stronger. It's painful because to me, it affects me when I see what they're doing. It gives me pain in the heart. And I feel sorry for those who are facing it in Nigeria right now. I feel very sorry for them because they are going through hell. And I see people dying every day. And still, these people, they don't care. And that is exactly what happened during the time of Pharaoh. And when God, the Bible said God hardened his heart because God wanted to show an example. He wanted to show an example how his power is. That if you trust in him, you will never fail. That he is God and he created the world. And it was God's time to deliver Israel. And I believe that this is the same thing as Nigeria. It is God's time to deliver Nigeria. we just need to do is to be firm and, and unite, because unity is power. We cannot just say it will just happen overnight, or it will just happen now. We want it now and it will happen now. No, God does not work like that. We will see how, because God has started, and that is why He brought out this secret. We saw everything, the whole world witnessing the corruption, the rottenness, how people can be. You can see people that have no brain, and they are carrying on with their evilness, and they are strong. They feel that they are stronger and stronger. No, they are losing. They are losing the battle. The only way they would have won the battle is we don't know their secret. We know their secret. All of them, they are secret. They don't have secret anymore. What else do we want for God to do for us? So we just have to be strong and be united, and let every Nigeria think how we can move forward.
Thank you.
Let us not be repeating what they are doing, because we already know what they have done. Now, how do we move forward? How do we conquer? How do we change among us? What do we need to change among us? That's all we need to do right now. We already saw everything, so we don't have to be repeating. That is how he did this, and that is how he did this. No, what do we do? That should be solutions, because in every problem there is a solution. There is no problem without solution, and we are fighting it, and we are going somewhere, and we have to be patient. Because I see some people, because I have been working, I didn't have time, but whenever I get home, even if I'm tired, I sit and listen, but I can't contribute. I can't even write because I'm tired. The reason why I join that because I'm off work, so I have time. So I see some people giving up, thinking of another thing, thinking of, we have to unite Africa. If Nigeria cannot unite, how can you unite Africa when Nigeria have not been united? Nigeria have to unite first before we start, because Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Believe it or not, it's just the corruption that has slowed everything down, that has put Nigeria like that. And it's so shameful that you see these people, they go to another country where democracy is working. They go and buy houses there, they go and feel free there, they go and treat themselves there. And they come back and sit on Nigerians again with having police to protect them. I see the way they show them today, they are protecting them. In a civilized world, the people who are in government, they don't need police escorts. They go to work by themselves. They take train, they take public transport. Even ministers ride bicycle to work because they know it's good for their heart, for exercise. There is nobody will attack them. They are free. And the reason why this is going, because we are developing, and if we come to that time that our own political system will be in an advanced way. We are still in a preliminary stage right now, because if you look at it, because of all these things that could happen, that is why, apart from America, Nigeria is trying to practice America politics. But if you go to every part of UK, every part of Europe, they don't practice like that anymore because of things like this. The way they do it is that the parliament, they have a parliament that made decision. And when there is anything, they don't go to court. They iron it out in the parliament. Like Boris Johnson came to Nigeria to give speech when I think share was the video is in the YouTube, anybody can follow it. He gave a speech and advised Nigerians what he did and everything. But at the end of the day, we all know that Boris Johnson was thrown out of the parliament because he lied during COVID. And all the parliament members went against him and said, no, you must go. According to our constitution, you are not supposed to lie. Once you lie, you go. He was not taken to court. And everybody in the parliament agreed, and he got his head down. So because we are not civilized here, that's why we still go to court. We are still doing this, we are still doing that. There are a lot of things we have to learn, and I thank God that we have come to the stage that we are moving on. And I'm very happy with the way things are.
Thank you, madam.
Because, so that's my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Margaret. I appreciate your submission. Thank you for saying it how it is. It's just that your network, I don't know if it's your network or your headpiece you were using, was a bit disrupting your submission. But although we were
using laptop and it's just cracking, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's cracking. Yeah, I don't know why. So, yeah, but that's fine. We heard everything you talked about. Thank you. God bless you. Okay, Madam Victoria, good evening to you once again. Please talk to us.
Hello?
Hello, yeah, we can hear you, madam.
Yeah. Good day, everybody.
Thank you very much.
I'm really very weak in my spirits with this news we're hearing today or since yesterday. So
which of the news that Tinubu moved to the defense house or
yes.
Okay.
I thought that one would be probably mid or maybe first week next month because of all of these petitions. I did not know that they will do that immediately now, especially since he just
but that
came
does
back.
not grant him anything. The power is not.
I know. It's just that it weakens me a little bit. A little bit it weakens me because it looks like he, being in that house now give him some kind of edge.
It's a mind game. It's a mind game. Remember?
Yes, it is. But anyway,
correct me if I'm wrong. I think they took him there before, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
no.
Maybe Elvis will know that. I don't know.
No, he has never been there. He just went there yesterday.
Oh, I don't know if I believe there was one time they said they took him to some place in Abuja.
No, it's a mind game. It's a mind game.
Okay, so anyway,
immediately after election, the winner normally moves to defense house for protection. That is all about it, nothing more.
Yes.
Now that he has become the election winner or the election selected president, he has to move to defense house for protection. It's just for protection. That's what it means.
All right. This is what I wanted to say. Give us a matter. You say mind game. What does mind game come to do with this? It's the Constitution. They are following Constitution.
Like I always said, I've been saying this.
It's a constitution, but one thing you must also understand is they are also trying to move fast. So regardless of whatever they are doing,
even late. It's because he traveled abroad for so long. It's supposed to be
regardless. That should not. I don't think that should dampen your spirit. That should just not.
No, it's not. Anything, but it's not a mind game either. It's reality.
Yeah,
well, I know.
It's reality, but that should not change anything. You have your own case to pursue in the court. Let them be doing their own thing. So we see how this whole thing plays out.
All right.
Okay. All right. So I know that you are not guilty. You are innocent until proven guilty. And I've said that many times because things has to move on, assuming he's not guilty, assuming he's innocent, regardless. I understand that fact, but I don't know why I felt a little bit concerned. But I also like the fact that Atiku throw good jabs at Tinubu by stating, okay, yes, I've been contesting and losing, but I don't have criminal records. I really like that. The counter petition that he wrote, hopefully, because I've been wondering, where is Atiku? His case is going to help us. Though he did not win, but his petition is going to work in our favor also. So that's why I've been asking about him and or about PDP. I know Mr. Elvis cut me off one day. I said, I don't want to discuss PDP. But I knew why I was asking is because their petition will help our case. Now, they have been able to incorporate the latest allegations against Tinubu into their response to the Tinubu's petition. Hopefully, although Abati said that it's not going to come to play, but we see how the judiciary is going to downplay or upplay that. I like the fact that he listed all the problems that were not listed before, because I don't think anybody questioned his age in any of the petitions. I don't think anybody questioned his citizenship in any of the petitions. And even Atiku went as far as mentioning his gender. I know OB's petition included his certificate and the drug case, but it did not include the rest of the, the issues that we all have talked outside the petition. So I'm very glad that Atiku was able to slip that in with his response. Abati said since it was not in the original one, it might not hold water, but at least it's going to be brought forward in the court and they will hear it. Yes, they've been hearing it in the streets, in the news, but now they will actually hear those words repeated in the courtroom. So to me, that was a very good thing that will also help us. So right now, I don't know. We just keep our fingers crossed. I think we should focus more on the judiciary and everything going on there. I pray they have not been bought. With people saying that it's not been done before when a presidency or president-elect or elect have been overturned in the past. I don't know, because I must confess, I have never been involved in politics this much. I've never been bothered. I've left Nigeria a very long time, and I was not really worried or concerned even when I was there, because I was being fed. I never worked in Nigeria. So I really did not have the effect, or I did not have the opportunity to be involved and know what is going on with politics. This is my very first time I will be involved in it. So I really cannot say, yes, in the past, this is how it's been done. It's not going to change. But for now, I can say that even at that, I know that with the technology and how involved this case is, it is very different from every other cases. Or say about June 12th of Abiola, this case is, I want to assume, I stand to be corrected on this, but I want to assume that there's more technology that exposed things. All those rigging, I don't think we have really seen it live and direct. All those snatch boxes, I don't think we have experienced it. You can correct me on that, where they can actually, all those things they did. I have never voted in Nigeria, so I have no experience, but seeing what happened on the 25th of February and on the 18th of March, I was like, okay, this is a clear case, blah, blah, blah. Hopefully they will play some videos in the courtroom and they will see all of these things. If there is any polling unit where APC was announced as the winner of that polling unit, they should play them, because I did not see any. And we were up for almost how many hours? 72 hours. We did not see any. So all of these things, when we want to put it side by side, I don't think we have anything to compare this 2023 with. I don't think so. And that is the more reason I think they are looking for, the petition should be null and void. The petition should be void ab initio. The petition should be cancelled. Obi does not have the legal standing to petition. Because truthfully, I think in a common sense law, which I know sometimes the law does not have common sense, you will think that it is a done deal. When they play some videos, when they speak, when what Mahmoud said, and all of those things, this is a different scenario. I don't think we have anything to compare 2023 with. I don't think so. But like I said, I have not been this much involved in this politics. So maybe I'm going to learn some more. But even with the June 12, then that one affected me a little bit because I was supposed to travel out of the country that day, June 12. That was when I was supposed to leave Nigeria, as a matter of fact. Then there was no flight. Our flight was canceled. That's the only involvement I had in Nigerian politics because of June 12. So that's all I can say. But I am very hopeful, even though I'm a little weak. It weakens me a little bit, but I know, you are innocent until proven guilty. And I'm very hopeful that we will come out victorious. We will come out victorious.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that is that. I know, so far we've not been hearing what is his name? All these shenanigans. FFK, Keyamo, all of those people, they've been kind of more or less, they have their own problems right now. They are all dealing with respectively.
They are facing EFCC right now.
They all have their own problems they are facing right now. So everybody is being really solemn. But also, I'm hoping to Tinubu's health. Like I said yesterday, Tinubu's health will take a toll on him. My fear is, though, and I've asked this question, I think on 2 different occasions, in an event where he cannot be sworn in, I wasn't expecting him back. I was very disappointed he came back. But in a situation where he cannot be sworn in, now it's going to be, and the case is still in court. They've not finalized it. Will Shettima be sworn in? Since Obi is also saying that Shettima is not qualified because he have double nomination, let's assume Tinubu is not able to be sworn in for divine intervention. Will Shettima be sworn in? He will not. Then who? And then the seat of power cannot be left vacant.
The Senate president is there. Is the president?
So the Senate president will now be holding the.
Yes, that's what the Constitution says.
Because I don't think if Tinubu, I know he's in the power in the defense house right now, but I don't know how God is going to do what he only can do at this point. If he's not able to be sworn in and the case is still on, I don't want Shettima to be sworn in.
It's not possible. Don't mention that at all. It's not possible. There's no constitution that says that. They can't swear Shettima in for any reason.
I thought if the president cannot, then the vice president will take the position.
No,
that is when you're already in power. But if
both of them have been sworn in already, if anything happens to Tinubu, Shettima will take over the power. But this is the beginning. So if anything happens to Tinubu right now, both of them will not go anywhere. They are out.
Okay. All right.
So, Mr. Ellis, please, can you excuse me for a few minutes? I'm going on a school rush right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that's all. And what else was on the agenda? We have Tinubu moved to the House. We have Atiku and Obi. Obi is doing good. We just need to continue to lift him up. And God to give all of us the directives. I'm trying to, brainstorm and see what else we can do.
Victoria. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your time is up.
My time is everybody interjected when I was talking, but that's fine. I don't have much.
No, nobody interjected. It was only you that was talking throughout.
Okay.
Nobody interjected.
No, Mr. Elvis, when I started, everybody interjected me. Everybody interjected. When I said I was weak in my spirit.
I think that's true. I asked her a question though. I did.
Everybody in time, when I first said my first statement that my spirit is down.
No, don't let this woman
Give us mandates.
now.
Interjected. This one interjected. This one said it's normal thing. That one said it's normal thing. You also said it's normal. Yeah. Okay, bye bye.
You were the one inviting people to interject by asking questions.
I was waiting. Okay. Mr. Elvis, you promised that man from Nigeria to prioritize him. Always prioritize them. You know, they're using data.
No, he left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the network did not allow him to stay. Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
I try. Meanwhile, before we call on the next person, yes, the judges that will be representing that Mr. Peter will be, they have surfaced. So I'd like to put this on air for others to see. That is it right there. So these are the 5 appeal court judges to prepare Peter Obi's case against Tinubu, INEC, and APC. Justice Haruna Samuel from Bauchi State. That's the number 1. Number 2 is Justice Stephen Jonah Ada from Kogi State. And number 3 is Justice Abba Bello Mohammed. Why the last one is Justice Mohammed is from Kano State. Why the last one is Justice Joseph Ike from Benue State. All right.
So they are all from North.
Yes, I think Peter Obi deliberately did this because you see what Peter Obi did here. There's no Igbo man there.
No, these are not these lawyers. So
these are not the lawyers. I mean, the five judges that will be.
No, these are not people that are defending people. These are not just judges that are sitting over the case. They are not the ones that are defending people.
So how come they are all Muslims? All Hausas.
Mr. Elvis, where is Mr. Elvis?
So we have Justice Tsunami, Bauchi. We have one from Kogi. We have from Kano. We have from Benue. Ooh. Wow.
I think they're all from the north.
Sorry, guys.
How come they are all from the north?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
But are you telling me it's not Peter Obi that choose this?
No, these are the judges that will be presiding over the case, not Peter Obi's defense.
No, but who choose them?
No, it's not Peter Obi that chooses them. He's not the one that chooses.
Is it Ariwola that chose?
Ariwola was the one that chose this.
Yes,
that choose these people. There's Wahala somewhere then.
No. Listen, there's a panel among them, but Ariwola is always the overall senior. This panel will choose them, and they will not vote them into it. Let me tell you what they did here. They remove it from the 3 major ethnic group and they give it to one side, which is there's no Igbo there, there's no Yoruba there. If you see what is going on now, so they now put the other major group, which is the Hausas.
But why must it be throughout Hausa? Why is the Doma not there?
Thank you.
That's why I said Nigeria.
Why is the Doma not there?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a good
So what are they talking about?
This is
maybe there's no Edo judge
that we have in Nigeria.
Maybe there's no Edo judge.
This look trickish to me.
I don't know why are they. This woman, the woman in
you realize
between.
the one from Bauchi and the one from Benue. You should understand that they did that thing just to supplement the hardcore north and the middle belt. That's what they did there. So understand some of this is how to do them.
All right. Let me remove everything on the screen so we can see their picture properly. For me, we can
all screenshot this picture and start praying on top of their head to do the right thing.
Okay. I thought I should bring it here. So there are the 5 judges that will
we can all screenshot it and we start praying that God should touch their hearts so they will. We are not even saying they should favor us. We are not saying that. but we are saying that they should do the right thing. And we know if the right thing is done, we are going to win, because yes, we did win the election. So it's not about we are asking for something that it's not rightfully ours. So, but just for God to touch their hearts so they do the right thing.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. And I have another picture here that I would like to quickly show as well before I move on to the next person. Amoyele Sowore is very, very bitter over, this one. He just posted it like 20 minutes ago. This is what he did. This is what he did over Tinubu. Sorry, Buhari wearing this. Let me take this off screen quickly, guys.
That's ceremonial dress now. This is their ceremonial dress.
Yeah, he said never again, no blood-tasty, incompetent coward should ever be allowed to put on a national army uniform. Revolution now. That's Omoyele Sowore.
But Tinubu, if Tinubu get there in his dream, he will also wear this cloth now. Forget Sowore, I beg. The guy is no serious.
So I thought I should bring that in as well. So anyway, I just hope, I'm still very, very hopeful. And the last hope right now for every one of us is the judiciary. Fingers crossed, by God's grace, we will spy. And 29th of May is around the corner. My wish is for everything to be sorted out, on the before 29th of May. But as you can see here, on the date, these people will be presiding. Okay, the date is not here. Let me bring the date for you guys to see. One moment. Let me see if I can. The date's supposed to be there. I thought I brought it in.
I think it's like 10, 12, and what should I do like that?
18, right? Yeah, let me see. I thought I was having the date here. It's not written there? No. Okay. I'll try to get the date again to bring it here for everybody. Because it's although it's before on the 29th of May. That's the beautiful thing about it. It's before 29th of May. So fingers crossed. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Who knows? Judgment could be passed before then, and everybody can know where we stand at that particular time. So let me call on the next person here to talk to us. I would like us to hear from Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, sir, please talk to us. Thank you very much for your patience. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much, fellow panelists.
8 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I might even need more than that, if need be, because I want to discharge some few things. First and foremost, I would say, fellow Nigerians, fellow panelists, comment section.
You mean you want to discharge Tinubu out of the defense house?
If necessary.
Okay.
So, fellow panelists, I greet all of you. Comment section, I greet all of you sincerely. On the 25th of February and 18th of March, there was a political coup that took place in Nigeria in the name of political election, which was the presidential elections, to be said precisely. But these people, they team up with the APC, carried out a political assassination by destroying the political system of Nigeria, by coming in with total impunity to now impose a president-elect on Nigerians. Now, I want everybody to understand that Nigeria does not belong to one person. It belongs to every Nigerian. The way it is going now, a lot of people, heart is being trembled and mind is on suspense for what it might be the true situation of things. I want everybody to also understand that Nigeria is our country. We have no any other one to run to. If we don't dwell there, but our children might want to go back there to dwell. That is why the needful need to be done to secure, struggle, and inherit back our country from those who have taken it from us.
Now, I want everybody to understand that what is happening today is not beyond, I mean, it's beyond man, but not beyond God. What am I trying to say? If you look at what has been trending since morning in the social media arena, you will understand that there's a lot that is not settled. And we will not want to throw Nigeria or these people to throw Nigeria into chaos and problem all over for those Nigerians who are back home that struggles to have a feeding in their table. Now, this afternoon, Tinubu threatened Mohammed Buhari that if he doesn't take time, he will arrest him once he leaves power. Why?
Where did you get that information from, sir? Where did you get it from?
Sir, it has. This is why I say it has been on social media as a trending news thing.
Where? You should always know where before you say something here. I told you before, sir, where. Now you say it's on social media. It could be any hungry blogger that is posting stuff like that. You know, then you know where. You don't just pass information here, sir. A lot of people is watching you. You know, pass information that can be verified. Then I bring the verification on screen. You know, or rather use the word allegedly.
Okay. Thank you very much for the correction.
Please return the word by restarting it again with allegedly, please, if you don't have anything to
anyway, it was on Blank TV. As allegedly on Blank TV.
Which TV?
Blank, DLAW TV.
No, those are not. Nobody knows those TV.
It's
Most
okay.
of the things you send for me are blogs. I don't believe on them, sir. I'm sorry.
This is why I said on social media blog news. But all the same.
Yeah, we don't follow those things.
Gentlemen.
Use allegedly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And today, it has come now that Tinubu is already in defense house. It's a normal thing, a normal protocol to be observed when preparation for change of power is taking place. But one thing I want these people to understand is that they must not throw our country into chaos and total anarchy. For a lot of people will suffer unnecessarily and unjustly as Nigerians. After all this being said, I also want the judges to listen to Nigerians' cry. We are not saying they should rule in favor of Peter Obi if he's not the winner. Rule in favor of who is the actual political winner. The person that won the election should be given the mandate, not a selected president being opposed on Nigerians. It will not be nice for the entire 200 million Nigerians. So we are now begging that they should do that, and it's very, very important. And I want to also say, those who want to use tribalism and conflict of interest to contribute openly as to buy the heart of Nigerians and then send us into darkness, it will not help you. I'm trying to say, with all due respect, I'm trying to refer my speech now to Dr. Abati by saying the passport of a thing, Nigeria by birth, by this. Mr. Abati, sir, you know too well. You were trying to defend and then belittle the word perjury this afternoon when I was listening to you. But you've forgotten clearly that what we are after, what we are talking about here, as somebody who read law, you know the body of the language that follows to that perjury. It's not because they are saying he has a Nigerian, a Guinean passport that is the problem. But what he did tell Nigeria while he was filling the EC9 form, because that form, as you borrow it, as you pen it down, is taking oath. Once you pen it down and you omit anything, and that thing is later found to be existing, you permit perjury. So I don't understand why you were trying to defend this thing this afternoon. In what direction were you trying to do it? What is the body of evidence? The body of evidence asks you what was written there and what were you supposed to do. You give every information to the best of your knowledge and tends to be true. And at the time you now omit it and it exists and it's out there existing, you've committed perjury. And that's exactly what Tinubu has done. Fellow Nigerians, let's forget about whether he's having double passport or not. But the question is that, did he have any other nationality outside Nigerian nationality? He said no. It's a crime. It's a crime, Dr. Abati. You know it. You know this thing. You are hearing me now. Tomorrow, come back to us, Arise News and then attack this thing. Or defend it, let me hear you. You both fool Nigerians with language. You are roaming around the facts, living it, pretending not to know exactly what you are doing and what you are saying. What about to the story of perjury? Is it because you want to go? Does Nigeria say when you take another nationality, you committed perjury? No. That's not what's written there. For you to have another nationality, he said that will now disqualify you. But I tell you have it and you said no. Why filling that form? You committed perjury. That's what is written there. Come out tomorrow to defend it and say, no, I'm wrong. You people want to bend the law in every direction because it will suit your people. Mr. Man, Nigeria is for all of us. It's for all of us. It's not for one person. You spent almost 5 minutes today to attack that issue. I was just looking at you. Was double nationality his offense, or for having it and denying it? So I don't really understand. If you hate Peter Obi, you have your personal reason about that. Nobody's challenging you, asking you any question. But don't come out to insult Nigerians with language. It's not the best. This same way you were trying to defend that hand. This same way you were trying to bend that word hand. For you to read law, you need to have 6 credit and English. What does that mean? So what is the meaning of that hand? You people should stop insulting Nigerians in general. People should stop insulting that country and insulting the citizens of that country for no reason. This thing is not fair. You do come abroad, you do travel abroad. Tinubu was sick the other day, they rushed him out to France. You people refuse to build a good hospital in Nigeria because you are afraid of your political enemy. So you feel when a good hospital is in Nigeria, people will object you traveling abroad. So your political opponent will not come and poison you or kill you while you are admitted to Nigerian hospitals. That's why people refuse to give us a standard hospital. At your selfish interest, you are denying Nigerians a good medical opportunity. Is there any other reason behind it? No. But when there's a good hospital, we will not be mandated, be forced to take treatment in Nigeria. That's why people are running away, and people don't want Nigerians to have any other hospital. The other Nigerians are dying. People will come out and challenge it now. I am not telling you, but this is your aims, these are your objectives. Because you people are satanic, and you people can do the same thing. You people can arrange to kill your political opponent when they are admitted to hospital in Nigeria. So as such, you believe other political gladiators like you will do the same thing to you. gentlemen, you people should leave Nigeria and free Nigerians from your bondage. This is not the best. And I want all of you to understand one thing. If it's not the will of God that Tinubu, Bola Ahmed will not be the chosen one of God to lead Nigeria this time, people are wasting time. Because when the arrow of God will strike, gentlemen, all the eyes that sees and the body that receives will be perished. This thing is just too abnormal. Pity that country. Pity the citizens of about 200 million. You people are fighting for one person to be your president. You don't know this. There's no trace to the father. There's no trace to the mother. There's no trace to the ancestral home. There's no trace to the village. There's no trace to the family. There's no where can you trace to Rubuto? Look, on Saturday, the outgoing president said, yes, if I go back to Daura and it's not okay for me, I want to go far. I'll go and live in the year. He's already telling us Nigerians now that he's from the year.
All right.
If you people want to rule, come back, rule, do the needful, contest election, win, let the people select you, let them vote for you, and then you not become a president of Nigeria. Don't mandate yourself. Don't impose yourself on Nigerians. 200 million is just too beyond one man. Now all the guys, Famika Ayode and Co. What is it? Femi and what is it? The whole of you now. Look at it now. Since yesterday now, EFCC is running after you guys because you are disturbing the chosen one of God.
Anyway, thank you, sir. Thank you. Nobody is running after them. Why are they running after them? They don't know their address. Both EFCC and all of them are the same people, so don't be deceived. Are they looking for them? Running after them where? These people, they're at their house. They are right there. EFCC is only making noise that they are looking for who? I just want everybody to stop being deceived by these satanic people. We can't continue like this. Looking for who? Do you know how many people EFCC is arresting every blessed day? They are looking for Fanika Ayode and the FFK, Anakamu. How? They're not looking for anybody.
Yeah, but what they are giving us out there to read is that they are being, they are wanted. And I know if they want Yahoo boys, they can pick Yahoo boys a day. If it is Yahoo boys, even if it's 1 million, they can pick them in less than 30 minutes or 1 hour. I know of that.
That's what I'm saying, sir. If they are wanted, they are home. Fanika Ayode day house this evening. They eat pounded yam, better egusi soup. In their house. Where? Looking for them from where? And I'm telling you guys that everything about this government is corrupt, and they want to rule again for the next 8 or probably 16 years. It's better we continue to rebuke it. I'm telling you.
But Naija Watch, for me, I'll tell you my mind. This is beyond even Peter Obi. God has said it's time for his people to be freed. And as a result, calamity and commotion will befall these people continuously until they shall go their separate ways. And so shall it be forever and ever.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. I just want to correct something. It's not like these people are looking for fornication. I think the thing is that they said they reopened his fraud case. The case is reopened. It's not like
but that case have been reopened and closed, open and closed for the past many years.
I know,
what have
right?
they done?
I know.
That's what I'm saying. Reopened case. Are they saying that to deceive you and I or gullible Nigerians? Because I'm not gullible. They will open that case now. Another 8 years, the case is still open. Is that what we are saying? Why are you, by the way, why are they telling us they reopened any case? Who is interested in the case they are opening? Go to his house and arrest him for us to see you are working. Do you know how many youths EFCC have arrested just today? These people are deceiving us. We all are here. EFCC reopen case. EFCC is looking for this. If Farika Ede is eating better food at home, Akamu is in America flying here and there. What are we talking about? For me, I told you guys, if Peter Obi cannot come in, my stance remains. I can never trust this government. We need a fresh government that can build my trust. Just like you are married, your husband cheats on you or your wife cheats on you. Then in the next day, your husband or your wife is telling you, honey, okay, so sorry, but start trusting me straight away. Does it work like that? It's time. All these people cannot be trusted. Let's move on to the next person. Thank you very much. I don't know if F. Emmanuel is back. If you're not back, I'll move on to Madam Helen. Okay, Madam Helen, good evening to you, Madam. Thanks for your patience with us. I'd like to hear from you.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, House.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say that I wanted to ask for the names of the judges and if they've actually even named them at all. And thank God you brought that up.
Okay, before you go, thank God that you just mentioned that. Okay, this is the date. I finally got it. The tribunal has been fixed for this date here for Mr. Peter Obi's case for 10th May, 12th May, and 13th May, 2023. So all will happen before the 29th of May. Thank you. Quiet.
Okay. Okay, so thank God that you've brought that up. So there's no need to ask anymore. But I just want to say, for this judiciary, for these judges, well, like Madam Victoria said, we should screenshot and then do something about it. See, Mr. Elvis and every other person, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't do anything and do it with my own muzzle. It will I'll always take my case to God and leave it on his table for him to handle. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing that God cannot do. So I know that this case is settled. This case is settled. Yes, they've moved to defense house. All those things are, just a mind game, just to keep rattling us and make us believe that it's all over. It's not all over. For somebody that you cannot, I don't understand this country. I don't understand Nigeria. For somebody that you cannot trace the parenthood, you don't know anything about, and then something comes up to even indicate that there's a possibility that this person is not a Nigerian, and we're all dancing around it. We're all pretending. Every time I watch Mr. Ruben Abati, I just wonder if that man is if he hasn't been compromised, honestly, because today he brought out all his, see him making a joke of what is so important, because you think you know the law, and then you're quoting the law and you're even quoting it out of context. You're making a fool of yourself. You're telling me that perjury is, let's just throw it to the trash because it's nothing. And you're happy to tell me that peradventure he's sworn in, it no longer matters. Who behaves like this? And Rufai, that one before now will speak with so much boldness and condemn this wickedness. I've noticed for some days now, it's as if something you know, or they've clamped down on him, and you know, every time he wants that animosity in him wants to push out, I think he reminds himself that I don't want to get into trouble somehow, because it's no longer the Rufai that I know that is speaking. This country is so messed up, honestly. The leaders are so messed up. I don't know how. I can still remember arguing with somebody who left Nigerian law school, you know, and went to Lagos because he said he was in the campaign team for APC. And I told him, please, whatever you're doing, just turn back, because these people are going to throw us into darkness. I don't know why I made that argument. I didn't know these people to be this bad. But something in me told me that voting for these people was just going to throw us into a mess. And see where we are today. For 8 years, we've been paying the price. I didn't vote APC, and I never would have voted APC, and I still didn't vote APC this time around. But see where we are. We are all suffering it. Like Mr. Peter Obi will say, is the person in the north buying bread any cheaper? It's not. We are all buying bread at such high, you know, do you realize that, you know, right now, you know, I went to the market 2 weeks ago. I went to the market to buy the common gari that the common man will eat. I bought it, what they call penta model. I bought it for 800 naira, but as at today, it is 1,300. You understand? The little things you will go to market and get for, you know, that you can put together and take care of your home. The prices are all just climbing. And these people are still clamoring to come and rule us for another 8 years. How are we going to survive this? And people are not bothered. People like Ruben Abati is not bothered. You know why? Because possibly, you know, like they're saying, this man is buying everybody. That money that he has given to you, do you realize that at the end of the day, it may worth nothing? Somebody will come out and announce to me that because they hired 40 bosses, they are going to pay about 800 million to evacuate Nigerians. 800, because we convert 1.2, you know, $2 million, that's about equivalent of 800 million naira. And then people are hungry. And then we say we don't have money. Then the person that has made an offer, I'm going to bring these people back, is saying, I'm going to do it free. And you're telling me because they are hiking prices because people, transporters are doing this one, transporters are doing that one. Why are these people like this? Who did this to us? That they won't say, okay, we've punished these people enough. Let's just give them space. And then they're bringing this same set of people again to come and, you know, give us another 8 years of, you know, I don't even know where this one will take us to. Somebody that you don't know his origin, you don't know who he played with as a child. Nobody has come to say, okay, growing up, I was, you know, you people are questioning, but growing up, I used to play. We went to the same school. We went to the same. We did K together. Nobody. And then we're all pretending like we don't know the truth. See, I believe, and I believe strongly, nothing is going to pull my belief down. That's where I want to stay. I want to say positively, because I want to make sure that my children, you understand, will wake up. The other day, I think, Mr. Elvis, you were talking, you understand, and you said something about Tinubu, and my son jumped up. He's 6 years old. He jumped up and said, no, mommy, I don't want Mr. Tinubu to be the president. I want Peter Obi. I said, why do you want Peter Obi? He said, because Tinubu will kill us all. I said, who told you that? He said, but he will kill us all. He's 6 years old. He's 6 years old. So the children are feeling it. A child was crying on the internet. The mother was begging because Tinubu was announced the winner. That thing was trending for a while. You know, and our leaders are pretending like they don't know. They are pretending like they don't know what we are going to. Is it because they have the ability to fly in and out and they just don't care? Or is there something bigger that is drumming?
Do you know to fly from Lagos to Abuja now costs 100,000 naira?
Yes, it does. It does. It does. And the people, I mean, the aviation industry, they can't do otherwise because it's affecting them too. You heard when Mr. Onyema said they are not making any profit. They are not making any profit, even making that, flying people here and there. They are not. So what kind of a country is this that people are doing things with so much impunity? Our president comes out and says, we should forgive you for what? What did you do? The same presidency that you fought for, and a lot of people died. And then when you came in, we so hope that when you come in, at least you're going to make a difference. And you just came and dabarooed everything. And now you say, forgive me. And if you don't allow me to stay in the little space in Daura, I'll run to Niger. Who talks like this? Like, who behaves like this apart from people in Africa that will hold on to power? I see it like, a lot of people keep saying Tinubu passes, Shetima takes over. I think that man he knows he may just pass anytime. He just wants to be, remembered as somebody who was one time president of Nigeria, irrespective of what it would take from him. Because you can see that obviously he's not fine, he's not okay. But it does not matter as long as he is called up Mr. President. That is power drunk. Who did this to us? Who imposed this kind of wickedness on us that we've fought, we've done everything to free ourselves from this, and they are still clamping down. Every day I watch what is going on, I can't breathe because I'm in this space. It's affecting me more. I can't breathe. These guys should just leave us alone. Why are human beings like this? You don't have the capacity. You don't have the credibility. You don't have the competence. But you're pushing yourself there. Even if we are all aware that there are some superpowers, outsiders doing this. Can't you just say, for the sake of my country, for the sake of prosperity, for the sake of the next generation, let me do it right this time? Right now, I'm speaking to the judiciary. Before now, I would have begged, but I'm not begging. I'm speaking to them to do the right thing. That's what I wanted to say. Are there no names? They should do the right thing. They know the right thing to do. We're not begging because this is something that the man won clear cut. And the evidence is there. The evidence is that they are hearing it every day. They are seeing it every day. If they want it, they can have it. So let them do the right thing. They should do the right thing so that Nigeria can wake up. Nigeria is a beautiful country that God blessed, packaged everything into her, for her to be the giant of Africa before now. And yet, our people have raped and looted and destroyed Nigeria in collaboration with the outside actors. And are we not ashamed of ourselves that will leave this place to go to another country? There was a time, when I traveled, I heard of a former governor who went to build if you see the state-of-the-art hospital in South Africa, and because he used the name of a South African, when he was done to get his hospital back, allegedly, let me use the word before Mr. Elvis will attack me, allegedly, but it was all over the place. At the time of collecting his hospital, the person said, no, it's not your hospital, and they took it from him, and he came back empty-handed. I wish these people would be doing this to these thieves. They took it from him. And if you go to that place, the hospital is still there, and the owners are running it, but it wasn't their money. It took money of a particular state to go and build that hospital there because he's a medical doctor. So why are we doing this to ourselves? If you had set up that hospital in Nigeria, employed the youths of Nigeria, wouldn't it have been better? Who would have taken it from him if he genuinely gathered the money? But because he stole the money, so he had to hide it somewhere. At the end of the day, he lost everything. And Nigeria, of course, who was the greatest loser is Nigeria and the Nigerians that would have benefited from that project. They keep doing this to us. They keep doing, and they will keep doing it if they are not stopped. They need to be stopped. But you know, when people are saying, I keep wondering, how do we begin? Because we allowed this to continue for such a long time. I remember then being when I was younger, my parents would complain and complain, but they didn't do anything. They didn't get up to stop all that was happening. So what are we going to do? How do we come out of this? Because obviously it's as if they have more people backing them up, both in and outside. Both in and outside. God, the only person that right now for me that I know will get up and upturn whatever they have set in motion is God. And that's the only person I'll keep calling to show us mercy, because he needs to show us mercy. Nigeria is a beautiful country. We need beautiful minds, credible minds, competent minds to come and bring us out of this shithole. You drive on the road, your car gets battered in less than, God knows, in less than 1 month. Why? Because the roads are all messed up. The roads are all messed up. You sleep in your house, you sleep with one eye open because you don't know who is going to come and break into your this thing and then and terrorize you inside your house. That you've used everything to like lock yourself inside like you're a prisoner. And yet they still find a way to come into your house to harass you. And I was asking my husband the other day, because recently somebody just got kidnapped, and then for some days they didn't hear that. The next thing, they found him dead. I was asking my husband, why wouldn't they go after these looters? Why do you still go after the common man who is struggling to make ends meet? And he said, because they know they can't access those ones. They should, honestly, and like people keep saying, we need to do something, but where do we begin in this place? Where do we begin, Mr. Elvis? It's so bad that you're not even sure of what next. You're not even sure of what next.
Exactly.
And if this man comes in, you're not sure. If this man comes in, it's going to be worse than this. It's going to be worse because, okay, he has even aligned himself with criminals like him. So how do you survive it? Like somebody said that they will tax even up to your pot of soup. They will look at and count how many, if you were able to put crayfish, they will say, how many crayfish did you put? Oh, your tax. Pay. And you wouldn't do anything. You can't do anything. It's horrible, honestly. When I go to sleep, I keep saying, God, just show us mercy. These judges, they should do the right thing. Judiciary should do the right thing. It is now in their hands. And it is also in the president. He said we should forgive him. It is in his hands to do the right thing. He has the capacity to do the right thing because he was there. And he's not doing it. He saw what happened. He knows what happened. He should do the right thing. If he wants Nigeria to remember him for good, he should do the right thing. He doesn't need to run to Niger. What's he running to Niger to go and do? If he had done good in this country and made the country better, why will he be running? Why will he be running? Mr. Elvis, I don't know. God should just help us. God should show us mercy, because that's not even help. He should show us mercy. Honestly, if not, the innocent blood that has been shedded, I pray every day, let that blood rise up and cry for vengeance and go and get vengeance as many as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Helen.
Uncle Elvis, allegedly.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Allegedly, I think they said today they said they give the instruction that they should upload all the results with them in the IRF so that people can see. So which means this thing is going to, that is INEC should upload the results they are having that has not been loaded till now. They've given them a kind of please.
Do you have a source for that?
This is why I said allegedly.
Okay.
So they said they've given them the ultimatum to load it within 3 days, so that everybody can now see it clearly. So I think this thing is heading to somewhere. Maybe God is going to fight the last fight. I know you are disturbed, my brother. Your fight will never end in vain. Always believe that thing. It will never end in vain. You've given hope to millions of Nigerians, both home and abroad. So it will never end in vain. Just tell God to help you to do what you want for your people, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thank you. Yes, by God's grace, it is well. I like the fact that Madam Helen joining us all the way from Nigeria, speaking the way she was talking earlier on. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. You are one of those people that lives back home that stay holding a very strong faith and participating with us here online almost every day. We appreciate you, madam. And for Mr. Edwin, I really do hope, yes, everything work together for the good of the of the innocent Nigerians. It's so shameful to know that as of today, INEC have still not yet uploaded the results of the presidential election. It's a shame.
Yeah, Mr. Evie, sorry even for interrupting. Yeah, and I think I read somewhere, was it there or yesterday, about P2B was raised alarm to that most of the things that they were supposed to upload, because they need some of those information, they still not uploaded all of them. And P2B, they still don't have most of the, and just like I don't know who who said, I think we said, so who said it. This might be blessing in disguise, because these people, they keep digging holes and holes and holes, on their path when it comes to these things. Because if I see that at this point, it's either they've messed up with the results, or they intentionally holding it back. Because I don't see the reason why those results are not yet made available for people that needs to see it. And when you go to the INEC RF or whatever they see, people keep seeing pictures of things that don't make no sense. Is that what they're going to be presenting in the court? No wonder they're attacking P2B the way they're attacking him. They're asking him to withdraw, asking him doing this, doing that, because they know. But if eventually sincerity will play a role in what they're doing, if eventually these people are serious and these cases are presented, even a blind person will know that this OB has a very strong case. That is why they leave Atiku and they keep attacking him, because they know that this man has something strong that he's holding on to. They keep digging a hole for themselves. It's just so sad.
All right. I just hope everybody come back to smile, by the special grace of God. I appreciate every one of you. Everybody on the panel have contributed, except Ian Emmanuel. Mr. F. Emmanuel is still not yet back. So I would like us to take a quick break so that we can take another round. Please help us to press on the like button and share. And before that, I appreciate Grace Amo Pariola. Thank you very much for the super chat. Freedom Simple, thanks for the super chat. Mary Forde, thanks for the super chat. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you very much for the super chat. God bless every one of you, my people. Thank you so much. All right. Yes, sir.
I think the inability of INEC to upload the remaining result is a case that is going to work against them seriously, because they have never told Nigerians that up to today, being 27th of April, that we are still talking about the uploading of the presidential election, that we are supposed to get the result the following day. This is an intentional act. They want to model the whole figures, before this time. But I'm telling you that I think it's not going to work, because, like as we used to say, the Labour Party has not officially begin to release the figures that they have. So I think by the time they begin to release the real figures that they have, I think INEC will be more in a greater soup. That's why they are conniving with the APC, saying to throw away the Peter Obi's, case. But there is no sensible lawyer, there is no sensible judge that will see the mountain of evidence of what Peter Obi and his team has brought before the election tribunal, and he said you're going to strike that kind of case out. No, it's not going to work. So, whatever they do, we are waiting for them at the tribunal, And on the case of the judges, I think it's the Chief Justice of the Federation that appoint the people that handle this election tribunal, if I'm correct. So I don't think he has anything to do with maybe Peter Obi. I think he's the Chief Justice of the Federation that used to appoint the people that the judges that take all these cases. I think so.
Yeah, I just found out. Yes, Peter Obi doesn't have anything to do with it at all. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Ike. Thanks for your clarification and submission. God bless every one of you right there. It's been a long day. Let's have this break quickly, then we'll come back. We'll take our final round. God bless you all.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go there, biza biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I don't dey do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nnamdi o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nnamdi. Alákọ̀bí Sábà Mẹ́la. Anybody? Any anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o, délé o.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. We are back again now. I appreciate you all. Please continue to press on the like button and help us to share. We're going to be having our final submission right now. Before that, I would like us to quickly see to what Mike Ozekome is saying now concerning, because they went to court today. I can see pictures flying around. Him and Showore and others, they went to court today concerning Nnamdi Kanu. So for me, I'm still wondering, why is Nnamdi Kanu still there? What is happening? I don't understand. Buhari is leaving office now, right now. Are they going to keep him there forever? Obviously, the way things is going on right now, if Tinubu end up, as God forbid, as the president, the way it's going, Nnamdi Kanu is going to spend another 8 years again, right? I don't know if I'm right, but it's good, for one to talk about this, because this man, he's been there, and I don't know what these guys, what they are doing about it. So I'd like us to quickly see what Michael Zekome have to say about this quickly. Then I want us to talk about it, to be honest. Let it be like a final submission. Let's take this quickly. Thank you very much, my people. Help us to share and like. God bless you all.
The governor bring his cousin of the same ward, the same polling unit, the same tribe. In a state like Kogi, Yahadoza is coming from a central.
The release of pro-Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu. A 5-member panel led by Justice John Okoro granted the leave while ruling on the motion by the counsel to the federal government, Tijani Ghazali. The Apex Court also granted leave to the federal government to include these new grounds in its amended notice of appeal dated October 28, 2022. At the resumed hearing, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, Mike Ozekome, informed the court of his motion seeking bail for his client and another seeking for his transfer to Kuje Correctional Facility to get proper medical attention, citing his failing health at the DSS custody while also seeking accelerated hearing of the matter.
Everything has all the delays, both at the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, have always been actuated and activated and propelled and instigated by the federal government because they never wanted Nnamdi Kanu to be tried. They never wanted their appeals to be heard. They are satisfied with simply keeping Nnamdi Kanu perpetually in the gulag. That's all they have been doing. Yeah, and to buttress what I'm saying, only last night, yesterday, one at 2:39 p.m. and last night at 6:25 p.m., they served us further documents, further court processes, which have again necessitating us today taking an adjournment. But in order not to fall into their cheap trap and to escape their cheap entrampment, what we have done today is to say all those funny and phony motions you are be filing, we want extension of time.
Well, time for a moment. When we come, an umbrella body of political parties calls on the APC to zone the leadership of the National Assembly to the southeast or south-south.
Thank you very much, my people. I thought we should watch that. Let me quickly, this was today, Amoyele Sowore and Barrister Mike Ozekome. All right. To be honest, my people, I just want us to take our final submission to talk on this because this is human being that is still there. They're holding him against the decision of the court. So I'd like to hear from everybody here, please. This is a final submission, but I want us to focus on this. You know, thank you very much, my people. Help us to press on the like button and share. Now, God bless you now. Okay, let me quickly move on now to Madam Nena. You're the first on the panel. Okay, we're supposed to be give us a mandate. Okay, he lost his role. Okay, I'll come back to you as a second then. Okay, Madam Nena, talk to us as the first. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. It's really very sad, and I don't know. I'm kind of confused because I know before all this whole thing, I know there was a time that this Nnamdi Kanu's case was acquitted. This is one question I keep asking every time: why is that man still being held? What exactly is the reason? And when I ask that question, I try to answer that question myself, not sounding tribalistic here, you know, but I still cannot take out the fact that this man is being held because of who he is. Like Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB or whatever, like this Nigerian government, this is a government where Boko Haram, terrorism and everything has been going on. All they do is to grab them, they rehabilitate them, give them millions of naira, do it up until the discipline is still working. and they were so quick at labeling Nnamdi Kanu and his people as terrorists. What exactly did this man do that will warrant him being kept there? And the story that I hear is that his health is failing him. What exactly is the reason why this man is still being held? And they are playing all these games. Look at what Michael Zekon is doing. These people are fond of doing things at odd hours. They are fond of doing things that are odd. They are fond of doing things in a very illegal way. Like, each time you see these things, oh my God, it makes me feel so terrible. And I keep asking myself, is this country redeemable? With these characters, is this country actually redeemable? Look at the time that Michael Zuckerberg said they wrote them, sent them whatever letter they sent them. They always want to do things in a very illegal manner. And everything that is happening, all these things that are going on are being perpetrated by Buhari. And that is why, we are clamoring for a better head in Nigeria, because the head matters a lot. When the head is good, a lot of things will gradually fall into place. The reason why things are the way they are is because the man we have as the head is a terrible man. And take it or leave it, Buhari is one person that have shown without any reservation his hatred for the Igbos. I'm not trying to sound tribalistic here, but this man has shown his terrible bitterness and hatred for the Igbos. He said it. I remember when this man was initially came into power, that this man was saying, they were asking me a question about how he's going to govern and whatever. The comment this man made, that if I remember, not quoting him verbatim now, he said that there's no way you can give good governance to people that voted 90%, 95% to you, and people that voted 5%. So he always make mention of giving the Igbos back. This man hates. I don't know. Why is Nnamdi Kanu still being held? Why is he still there? I still cannot understand it. This level of wickedness in Nigeria, my people.
Madam, let me tell you why he hates Igbo people. In the civil war, one of the that entered the head is still there and don't operate it.
Yeah, I know this.
The wife said it 3 months ago that the husband is furious because that bullet is in there.
It's ridiculous. Like, does he really want to go to his grave with this level of bitterness? Because how old is Buhari? How many years does he think he has to live? How can somebody live with this kind of wickedness, bitterness, anger? I don't get it. And they've managed to instill this same wickedness and hatred into the life of the younger ones, and people will come out with this kind of. To me, this thing is poison that they have in their system. When you have this level of hatred and bitterness, it is poison to your system. I don't know. Before I do, I just want to drop something that is just, I don't know, that just outside this. I just saw something now that even the Nigerian in the Sudan that were carried out with boats, they say they are stranded in the desert. I just saw it now, sir.
And they pay 1.2 and $1.5 million on rented 20 buses.
Yeah, they are stranded in the desert now. Only God knows the fate of those people.
Can you imagine?
A country that has millions, people are collecting. Oh my God, it's so sad.
All right. Before I come back to the next person, I have somebody on the phone. Mr. Chris, thanks for calling in. Please talk to us quickly.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Dublin. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's a very sad situation we have found ourselves in our country. And just like Asari Dokubo will say, how many times they will tell you, say Nigeria is not for you. You see, what is the crime of Nnamdi Kanu, for God's sake? What is his crime? What is the crime of the Igbos in Nigeria? You remember, it was this same Buhari when the Igbo elders went to go and beg him to release Nnamdi Kanu. He said he cannot intervene in a matter that's already in court, that whatever the court says, that's what's going to stand. And the court has released Nnamdi Kanu long ago, and this man has refused to obey the court. And everybody is just keeping quiet and allowing this to go. Of course, there's nothing any person can actually do. because the man has a totalitarian kind of power. Is it not also this Buhari that said that this is not even long ago, that whoever is not satisfied with Nigeria should go and look for his own country? Which kind of a leader speak like that? And all the big politicians, including Wole Soyinka, that call obedient all kind of fascist name, everybody kept quiet. But before before the obedient people can say anything, they will calm down on the obedience. So the thing is that there's a deep hate. We have to face this. I said this yesterday. There's a deep hatred for one section of the country, and it is the Igbos. We have to face it. Tinubu is going to be worse. If you guys don't know, Tinubu is going to be worse than what Buhari is. Buhari is just crude, but Tinubu is going to be very tactical. They are going to try to crumble the Igbo businessmen. Let's watch and see. It's not just about only Kanu. There's a general hatred against the Igbo. What has Kanu done? What has he done? That you cannot even compare to what the Boko Haram members are doing. The Boko Haram people, they are giving them amnesty left, right, and center. And let's not forget, when Kanu started this whole thing, it wasn't a violent movement at all. It was the federal government that came for them before the people started defending themselves, and not even against the federal government. It was actually against the Fulani invaders. So this group has been peaceful. You don't want to integrate these people, and you don't want to let them go. For God's sake, who runs a nation like that? Imagine Buhari's 8 years of his rule. You have 17 members in the National Security Council, no single Igbo man there, not one. Not one. Everybody from the only person that is even a Christian, just two people, Osibajo and another man from one of the southwestern states. That's all. If they sit there in that National Security Council meeting, it's either the person is a Northerner or is a Muslim. Is that how to run a country?
Thank you, sir.
And Tinubu is coming now. Tinubu is starting, is going to continue and do worse than what Buhari has done. So I don't want to take your time anymore, but let's just understand that there's a deep hatred against the Igbos. And with the other tribe, we should know that once they finish with the Igbos, they are going to come for the rest of us.
Exactly.
We should mark it. They are going to come for the rest of us. In short, they have even started. Because now there's nothing they cannot simply do. Imagine the Chief Justice of the Federation, Onogen, that Buhari refused to confirm his appointment. When he was sick, Osibajo confirmed his appointment, and when Buhari came back just before the election, they looked for something and threw that man out. The same thing, the director of the DSS, who was from Bayelsa State, when Buhari was away, when he was sick, Osibajo confirmed him as director of DSS. Buhari came back and removed that guy. The guy didn't do anything, just because he's not from the northern part of the country. So it's okay, we can deceive ourselves. Oh, it's, we are the same. Okay, no problem. But deep down, we know we are different. Please, let me just say this. Now, Mr. Ivis, I don't know if you are aware. If your child takes an exam, common entrance exam, with children from many states of the north, if your child, because you are from Edo State, if he or she scores 50%, she cannot get into federal school. But if another child from Zamfara, Katsina, and some other states call as low as 10%, they will get that admission. Is that hard to be one country?
Okay.
Is that hard to? Yeah, we have to think about it. We apply it to ourselves.
But these things can't change, sir, if we can't have the right president. Nothing can change.
That is why they wouldn't want Peter Obi to come into power. There are so many reasons. The first and the most important is that is because he's an Igbo man. We have to face it, and nothing more than that.
Thank you.
That is the first. Every other thing are just secondary considerations. Thank you very much.
God bless you, Mr. Chris. Thanks very much for your time. God bless you, sir. Okay, let me pick another one or two calls quickly, my people, so I can come back to the panel. Thank you very much, Daughter of Zion. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us. Guys, please help us to press on the like button and help us to share. Let me quickly appreciate our 7 girl made there for the super chat earlier on. May God bless you. Thank you so much. Grace, thank you once more. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Zion, madam, please talk to us quickly.
God bless you.
Thank you, madam. Good evening to you.
If you can just give me 2 minutes to explain, you Nigerians are wondering why Nnamdi Kanu is not released. The reason is that I stand to say the reason. The reason why Nnamdi Kanu is being held in the prison is because he knew the whole secret about Nigeria government. Everybody in Nigeria, when the news came that Buhari is dead, I read it in London newspaper, Daily Mirror, was published. Nigeria president led letter heading, breaking news. Nigeria president died early this morning in London. They wrote all his biography. I read it. To myself, I'm like, oh my God, this man didn't make it. After some months, they recreated Buhari and brought to Nigeria, which Nnamdi Kanu got to hear the secret. It wasn't only Nnamdi Kanu that knew the secret. There was another man. His name is Moses Abdullahi. That man was reading articles about the double colonial we were doing in Aso Rock. The reason why they heard Nnamdi Kanu, because he said Buhari was not the man in Aso Rock. It wasn't only Nnamdi Kanu. Even this man in North, what you call him, this man, this old man always speak, who has said, well, the Buhari, no, if the Buhari I'm saying, it must be Jubilee for Sudan. That man said it on the public television. I still have that video saved. Then Femi Kayode, he said it on an interview that the Buhari that went to London was not the Buhari that came back. Then I have the article. Although the article is no more on the net now, Wale Soyinka said the man in National Rock is not Buhari, he's dead.
Okay.
I have the article.
All right.
Then Buhari wife came out and said, Nigerian men, where
all right,
Mama,
everything you are saying now, because we don't have the right source, please use the word allegedly, because we don't know where you are getting your information from.
The information has been on the net for the past how many years?
We don't have it, but we don't have it. We don't have it. You know, that's the most important thing.
Listen, even the man he called himself, the president, said they said I was dead. Okay, now what you want in the Kanu? You said you said you were there, you were cold. Upon all the whole accusation, when they accuse us of court, why they not bring that topic come and say, why did you say somebody living is dead?
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Let me hear from someone else. Thank you. All right. I want to caller, please hold on. I want to make this clear to everybody. Hold on, caller, please. I want to make this clear to everybody. You know what Nigeria Watch stands for. If you have been following us for a while, you should know what we stand for. We don't carry fake news. We are not better than anybody, but nobody is better than us as well. You know, we are not those cheap bloggers who can write any kind of title to attract people to come view their videos or to come to their channel. We don't do that at all. What you see here, what you hear from me or my team or what we present to you, all are facts, you know, coming from a legitimate platform, mainstream medias. So if you want to join us and you are contributing here, before you pass information, you must come with a source. Don't just pass anything. Think like we are talking to family members at home. No, this is a mainstream media. I'm registered with CAC in Nigeria, and I'm also registered in UK. So have that in mind, because I'm registered. This name is registered for those of you that are supporting us with payment in Nigeria. You know, you can see if Nigeria Watch account you pay into, right? Zenith Bank is registered. If you are not registered, you can't open a bank account with it. You know what that means. So please, I can be held accountable when you just come here and pass information based on you are angry or that. No. We work with facts. Thank you. God bless you all. Caller, thank you very much for calling in. Please talk to us.
Yeah, it's me, Mr. Alice, Mr. Najawas. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Alice, thank you very much. Please talk to us.
Yes.
Thank you, my brother.
Yes, allegedly, Buhari died allegedly in February 18, 2017. Allegedly. So it's trying to be proven, but I cannot understand how 85 years old man is doing what this President Buhari is doing. That is mystical activities that we need to explain. It's looking like a 50-year-old. So we are not babies. We are all stakeholders. It's our country. So we cannot be scared to say the truth. Nnamdi Kanu was always bombing them with that Jubril of Niger or Sudan, allegedly. Jubril of Niger or Sudan, Jubril. You are killing people. And Mr. Najawas, you were aware of the rampant, massive killings nationwide for the past 3-4 years under this same Buhari since 2018. So it's like there is a calculation to do an ethnic cleansing. It was intentional. Some governors saw their conscience. This is the reason Nnamdi Kanu was quickly picked up with the cooperation of the British government. So because they do a citizenship order, how can you hold a British citizen without due process, without obeying the rule of law? It can never happen. Not the United Kingdom that I know. So they are in charge of all these things. So allegedly, our real Buhari died in 2017. Nnamdi Kanu knew all these stories. That he was buried in Saudi Arabia allegedly. So since then, Nigeria economy, Nigeria situation have gone into oblivion. So that aside, allegedly, I stand to be corrected. Let me tell you, Najawas, they should keep doing what they are doing. Jesus said, he that is holy, continue to be holy. If you are evil, continue. But there is a one day, and that one day is very close. One day, that one day is close. We are going to wake up to a Nigeria where we are all surrounded by our own selves. It's going to be bloody. It's happening in Sudan. It happened in Burkina Faso. It happened in Mali. It's happening in Sudan right now. So, my dear brothers and sisters, Nigerians can't take this anymore. People are suffering. People are languishing in extreme poverty. They can't afford basic amenities, food, gari, bag of gari, rice, yam. They can't afford it because of the wickedness orchestrated by a government that is determined to destroy its own citizens. It's very audible to the deaf and very visible to the blind. You don't tell a blind man it's raining. Come on, we all know that this is a calculated attempt. The massive borrowings of the country, the killing of Deborah without investigation, the burning of churches in Kaduna, the kidnapping of citizens across the whole country. Unless for some few governors who stood by their people to challenge the killer machine in Abuja. Najawas, let them continue. OBI is the last hope of these wicked politicians. Something is going to happen in Nigeria if they don't give up this mandate. Nigerians are not scared of death. They will tell these wicked men and women that they will prefer to die by the barrel of the gun than to live in this extreme poverty under the scorching heat of the Sahel. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother, Mr. Alex. Thanks for your submission. You can see everybody is very, very upset right now, angry, and I can't blame anybody. I can't fault anybody for this. So, meanwhile, let me go back to the panel. Thank you very much, my people, for your time with us. I would like to hear from. Remember, we are on Nnamdi Kanu. I want to know why this satanic government are still holding Nnamdi Kanu till now. That's what we are asking, and you are giving that as a final submission, 5 minutes. So I would like us to hear from One Love. One Love, please talk to us in 5 minutes, sir. What's your take on this?
Mr. Najawas, thank you, and to everyone in the panel. I have to tell you, I am really disappointed, and I have been trying to follow up with Nnamdi Kanu for years now. If you remember, the first time he was arrested, he was brutalized. They went to his home and destroyed a lot of stuff. The Nigerian government, Buhari at that time, was able to mobilize the army, to perpetrate a lot of evil against this man that did nothing because he's calling for justice. He's just calling for a better country for Nigeria. You know, if Nigeria was good and everything was in shape, I don't think it would be yearning for a different section of the country. You know, which for me, I still think that's the best way to go, because a single guy in Abuja cannot dictate what should happen in the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. You know, okay, just take for example, we're looking at the judges. All of the judges, you can't even find a guy who is from Edo State, who is from Lagos, who is from Port Harcourt, who is from any of the south or southeast, and you want the country to be just? Come on. Yeah, in the United States, before they call you for jury duty, they have to screen you to make sure you are not being partial. Tell me how these judges are not going to be religiously and ethnically partial in their judgment. I don't get it. You know, you're going to tell me out of millions of people, lawyers and judges who went to school, you only see a competent guy from the north? That's just crazy. Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested for years now. And they look, I have to go with Mr. Halesh here. The British government must be held responsible in some way in what they are doing to Nigeria. You can't tell me that this guy who is a British citizen is sitting in prison in Nigeria for years and they don't have anything to say. That guy is holding a British passport. Come on. Shiwore is out there working today because his wife went and petitioned Senator Bob Menendez. That's why Shiwore is out. Don't ever think because Shiwore hired lawyers in Nigeria. No, because he had someone who was standing for him in the United States. That's why that guy is out there working. But the British government can't do nothing for their own citizen. It is a big shame. I know he has a dual citizenship, but they have to look into what is going on. The court give an order, release this guy for months, and they are not obeying that order. What did they do? Because he just yearning for a better Nigeria, yearning for a better country, a better place for his people. That's why that guy is in prison today. I don't see what he has done, you know. So it really saddens me that this same set of people, they are planning to come back again. You know, they are planning to come back again to take the resources of the country and continue to make people remain in darkness. It's very sad. And for me, if you can't release Nnamdi Kanu, you can't go after the guy who just ran an election in Adamawa State. Until now, we are still being told that the DSS can't find him. Oh my God. I don't know what to call Nigeria anymore. Because believe me or not, when I go on the YouTube or whatever channel and I watch documentaries of Animal Kingdom, the animals have rules and they have laws that they follow. But I am beginning to see that Nigeria is not even close to an animal kingdom. Now, Nnamdi Kanu was right all along. He said Nigeria is a zoo. He was right. Because you can't tell me there is no animal kingdom in the world where they don't follow laws. You see, even when the lioness goes against the rules of the lion, there's something is going to happen, because there is no civilized society in the world where the rule of law does not take place. That's why they are fighting OBI. Because this guy just wants the rule of law to take effect. You know? So I feel sad for Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, and he's been there for years now, and they've not been able to release him because just they think he's going to topple the government. I don't even see any government talk less of toppling, because if there was a government in the first place, I think all of these problems would have been solved. I don't think anybody would just wake up from nowhere and say, I want the sovereignty. I want you to give me my own government. It's because nothing is working. The injustice in Nigeria is just too much. And just like I said before, you are going to run after a guy who probably walked into the store and picked up a material worth less than 20 naira, and you call him a thief. But you are out there in the office using biro and pen to have 0 to 0, and you're making millions of dollars out of nothing. And you keep impoverishing your people. So we have to understand that Nigeria is a place where at this point we need to decide what we want. If we are going to continue with this set of people, this evil and satanic people that has run us down over the years, or we need to liberate ourselves. A guy cannot be in prison for years for doing nothing. And I just wish at this point that Buhari would free this guy so he can go about and do what he needs to do. We do not want any other person besides Obi. And if they go ahead and swear Tinubu in, they should forget about it. It's either they just divide the country now, let the North go on their own way, let the East and every other person just go on their own path. But we cannot live in this injustice anymore. You can't keep oppressing people for years and you expect nothing to happen. So my last take on this is to make sure Nnamdi Kanu is free, because I don't see anything he did wrong. There are countries, there are people all over the world who always come up and oppose their government. That's why democracy is there, you know. If there's no opposition in all things, then nothing is going to work. There has to be an opposition. It must need be that there is an opposition in all things. I don't think you will have wickedness or good. I don't think you will have evil or righteousness if there's no opposition in all things. I don't think you will have failure and success. Everything in life has to have opposition. And you cannot proclaim yourself to be a democratic government when you don't have an opposition. And I see nothing wrong with what Nnamdi Kanu was proclaiming over the years, because he just wanted a better society for his people and for everybody in Nigeria, to be frank. Because if what he was trying to get, if everyone had supported him, it was going to benefit everyone as well, you know. So for me, Buhari, if you're listening to me, or whoever is in charge, the DSS, who are messed up, they don't know their job, they don't know what they are doing. I just heard they arrested the other guy on Twitter. I think his name is Chidi or something. Why the guy who ran an election in Adama, why he's still walking free? And we are being told that we can't find him because they know what they are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najawash.
Thank you very much, One Love. Thanks for your submission. God bless you, sir. Mr. Ike, if you're there with us, please give us your final 5 minutes on the topic we have now. Thank you, sir.
I want to thank my brother who just spoke now. It is emotional for me to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, but I just want to tell my brother who just spoke now and brother Alex that I support what they said. And something I really want the Nigerian government to know, one or two things I just want to add to what my brothers have just said. Buhari and his government should pray that nothing happens to Nnamdi Kanu in the prison. That Nigeria that they are looking for, one Nigeria. If anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu in the prison, they will see the other side of Nigeria. So those people who are in government should understand that they are sitting on top of a gunpowder. So my prayer for them is that they should not allow Nnamdi Kanu to die in prison. You know, the Accountant General of Nigeria stole about 4 billion naira. He's walking free in the street. The man who conducted the election in Adamawa State disappeared in Nigeria. With all the whole security apparatus we have in Nigeria, they said they cannot find him. Nigeria is a failed country. If Nigeria has not happened to you, you will not understand that. So, you know, sometimes when I'm discussing with people privately, you know, my prayer always is that let Nnamdi Kanu do not die in prison, because Nigeria is going to get that thing that they want. You know, they will receive what they want. So I just pray that they will find a way to release Nnamdi Kanu, because like my brother have just said, there is nothing in Nnamdi Kanu did. Even they broke the law by going to Kenya to kidnap him. So, but this is a long story. You see, that's why my brother Elvis, you see all these politicians in the Southeast who are telling you they're championing for the good of the Southeast. This is to tell you they are all there for their own. Ojus Okalu want to be Senate president. And the people like Ken Nnaman, Chimoro Nnaman, who are telling Bito to withdraw cases. These are the people. These are part of the problem. Governor Hope Uzodimma, governor of Ebonyi State. These are the people who are the problem because they want political power and they sit on top of the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu. So my brother, Nemesis is going to catch up with everybody, including myself. In any way, whatever each and every one of us have done, Nemesis is going to catch up with every one of us. So if they think that Nnamdi Kanu is going to be like every other thing, let them not allow something happen to him. Even though we know right now, medically and health-wise, he is not sound. But in as much as that he's still breathing, that is hope for Nigeria. But my prayer for them is that they never allow anything happen to that young man. It is by then that they will know that that Nigeria that they didn't want, they will get it by force. So I leave it for now, my brother. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. Thanks for your submission. God bless you too, sir. Thank you. Okay. Madam Victoria, are you still with us? If you're with us, please use your final 5 minutes now. Thank you. Okay, Madam Victoria, you're not there. Okay, I'll just move on to the next person. F. Emmanuel, are you back?
Yeah, okay. Mr. Elvis, thank you so much for the time. I just went for school runs. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, talk to us, sir.
Yeah, well, I had got a lot to say, but anyway, let me just concentrate on the Nnamdi Kanu. First of all, what I say in Nnamdi Kanu's case is basically, Nigeria is a lawless.
Sorry, Speaker, can I say one word, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, I needed to sleep now because I have to wake up 5 o'clock. So I will join you tomorrow, please.
Okay. Talk to us then. Talk to us. Quickly talk to us.
Yeah, because I just joined. So I wanted to hear from people before I sleep. But now I need to sleep because I'm really sleepy. Tomorrow I will join you, okay? Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Have a good night. Yeah.
Good night. Bye. Yeah. Okay, F. Emmanuel, thank you for your understanding. Please go ahead, talk to us.
Okay, so like I said, Nigeria is a lawless country. It's a country that does not follow the rule of laws. They make the laws, but they choose the laws to obey. I can't imagine how court will rule that Nnamdi Kanu should be freed, and yet he's being held down. He's being kept in prison. I don't know what country, which country does that. In fact, they are just they should just thank God that Nigeria is a country that are full of how would I call it? Let me use that word, religious people to an extent. That religiousness of Nigeria has really made Nigeria to be calm. Otherwise, looking from the election part and how they have kept Nnamdi Kanu is enough to spring up another civil war. It's enough. It doesn't cost so much to have a second or third world war in Nigeria. But we thank God as it is that everyone is still calm, watching it. But what I believe in life is that nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. After all, Mandela was in prison for over 27 years. I eventually came out and became a president in South Africa. So I believe one day all this thing will become a story, become a history. So that is for that. But I just want to chip in a little with respect to Agbado man, sorry, I'm deviating a little, because I wasn't, available to speak earlier. First of all I know about Tinubu is that he was a governor of Lagos State. Who are his kinsmen? Where is he from? Who are his uncles? Who are his aunts? Who are his siblings? Or any family member that anybody knows from somewhere, at least you can pinpoint to say, oh, so person is Tinubu's junior brother or younger sister or sibling or nephew or uncle. I've not heard that. I don't know. Maybe if you have no, if you're aware of any. But for me, I don't know. So for me, I want to advise Nigerians back home specifically. Nigerians, listen and listen well. Will you sit down with your arms folded and watch Tinubu, Agbado sworn in on May 29? As long as I'm concerned, I don't think he's even a Nigerian, he's a Guinean. Just go back to Conakry. The evidence are there, and I'm so happy that Atiku took it up of himself. Even though Ruben Abati is trying to play politics with it, thank God Atiku pick it up. It's all working for our good at the end. So I just want us to still pipe down. Let's keep hope alive. I know in Proverbs 13 verse 12, the Bible says there, it says, hope delayed or hope deferred make the heart sick. Mr. Avis, I can understand how you feel. Even me here too, I can understand too. In fact, this morning we woke up, my wife and I were talking, she was saying that she doesn't even have much problem about Tinubu swearing in. Her own problem is not even Tinubu as a person. Her problem is all the people around him. It's for Tinubu, he just want to answer that name. A one-time president. He got all the money. He has all the money. But her problem is those corrupt people, those cabals surrounding him, the Akamus and the FFKs and the likes that are within his cabinet. These are the people that are his challenge, our challenge rather. Because once Tinubu get in there, I guarantee you, he won't be the one to be ruling. Because he will so much concentrate on his health.
All right.
While the other people around him will be cutting the show.
Thank you.
So I pray God should just give us victory at the end of the tunnel. We've waited enough. We've prayed. We're still hoping. But at the end of the whole thing, we will emerge victorious and we'll all celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Give us a mandate. Are you there with us? Please give us your final 5 minutes, sir.
I'm here with you. I'm here. Thank you so much, Mr. Helvis.
Thank you.
For all that you do and for all of the panelists coming out to do this. So interesting. You're making me to speak after my brother, F. Emmanuel. Well done, everyone. Honestly, there are some things that you would think sometimes and you ask yourself, I wish this can happen, I wish this can happen, I wish this can happen. But I mean, we just, they've asked us to go to court. We are in court. They've shown us the judges and the justices or the ones that will be sitting on the appeal court. Just like F. Emmanuel asked, will Nigerians just, I mean, it just kind of is a very funny situation here. where you have the likes of OBI Ekwesili, you have the likes of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, you have the likes of Elvis, you have the likes of CM, you have the likes of Alice, Edwin, Rita Omoye, and you have the likes of Rufai, that's Baba Ahmed, and these guys are telling us that we or them, Mahmoud, Yakub, Buhari, and all of them, we are giving Nigerians, they are giving Nigerians a drug lord as a president. And this should not be allowed to go down in history. This should not be allowed. It sends a bad signal to the children. It sends a bad signal to the international community. It's like the people don't understand the burden that you'll be carrying on yourself as soon as you check out of Nigeria. Your check out of Nigeria arrived in UK, the burden that you are carrying on yourself and around the world. So, and when you were talking earlier, you said a lot of people they are already sleeping now. And I'm not against this. I'm not against people going to go to carnival or do party. Shebi Davido just had his own concert.
I think you are deviating out of the final topic.
Oh, so
we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Nnamdi Kanu. I'll get there. I'll get there in a minute.
But you have 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, let me get there. So, I mean, let's close on that and we'll just wait for the tribunal. Then for Nnamdi Kanu, I mean, everything you see, all of these things are just the ripple effect of what Nigeria has turned into, where it is being termed as a failed state, is a failed system. It's a failed system. Because the same judiciary that gave Nnamdi Kanu, they said, free Nnamdi Kanu, let him go. And Buhari said, okay, even though the judiciary, they've spoken, I'm still going to put you there. It's a failed system. Rule of law is not, they don't know what is called rule of law. They operate by their own rule. And I think somebody put in the comment section earlier, if it favors them, then it's a law. If it doesn't favor them, it's not. So they are actually on their own autopilot. They elect the judges, they elect every of their judicial panel, they decide the case and they choose the one they want to follow. And that also shows you the bitterness that Buhari has for the Igbos. But the question is, what did the Igbos do to Buhari? Are these people, are they not our brothers? They are our brothers. They are our brothers. We are all one Nigeria. So why do you hate them? Did they offend you? The yet unborn children, people have hatred for them. These are innocent people just like me, like you. Why do you hate them? In the history of Nigeria, not even a Yoruba man has portrayed himself like Peter Obi, not a Yoruba man. We saw the story of Abiola now. Abiola also had a drug case, allegedly. But in the history of Nigeria, this man, Peter Obi, maybe someone like Awolowo, maybe someone like Azikwe, Ojukwu. So, but in the history, one Yoruba person is Obasanjo going to call on? No. So all of these things are just ripple effects of what a failed system is, the breakdown of law and order. Buhari chose the law he wants to follow and then will not follow the one that he doesn't want to follow. Nnamdi Kanu is an innocent person crying for his people. If you don't love them, let them go. Is it compulsory? It's like a forced marriage. Now one of them is running even now. You will not allow them to get the power. This is the hatred that Buhari has for the Igbos. And that is what he's meting on Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for freedom. Herdsmen are killing people. You cannot put herdsmen in jail, but you can put a freedom fighter in jail. This is wickedness. That is the hatred that Buhari has. Now, the likes of Ojus or Kalu, they are not saying anything about Nnamdi Kanu. They are only concerned about themselves because they are all whining and dying together. So it's a failed system. That's the function of a failed system. That is what a failed system does. That is the ripple effect. I think somebody was speaking. They say when they go to Supreme Court, they just say, "Oh, we are tired." You are tired to hear the case of a Nigerian, a freedom fighter, just fighting for the cause of his people. You kept him there for no just reason, meted evil on the young man because he's fighting for his people. But history, don't forget. Like I've said it before, Buhari, you have caused Nigerian more harm than good. You have done you've done the worst on Nigeria in this past 8 years. And one of the examples is Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for freedom of his people, and you had him in prison.
Thank you.
Release him and let him have his freedom. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibis, for all that you do. Be strengthened, be encouraged. We'll see how this whole thing plays out. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Yes, we have the last hope, which is, for me, some people are saying judiciary is fine. It's the last hope, but for me, 29th of May is the last, by God's grace. I want something to happen before then, by God's grace. Whatever that will happen, let the judiciary take decision before then. That will be fine. Thank you very much anyway, my brother. I appreciate you. I would like to call on the next person right here. Madam Victoria is still not yet available, I guess. So I'd like us to hear from Madam Ellen. Madam Ellen, please give us 5 minutes on this final submission.
Mr. Avis, let me just ask a quick question, please.
Okay.
The date you listed, 10, 12, and 13, is that the same date for both PDP and Labour Party, or just Labour Party?
What I put there is Labour Party. So
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, madam. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Mr. Elvis, thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
The case of Nnamdi Kanu is just a case, is a very sorry case. I want to point out something, that part of the reason he's still being kept in that place, in prison, is because of his people. The Igbos don't love themselves. If you can see what's happening with P2B. And it's just so sad, because it's still this division that has kept the Igbos where they are. They are not, they are never together. They don't speak with one voice or one mind. They're so divided. And it's just so sad that that young man has been kept for this long and nobody's talking, nobody's agitating, nobody's asking questions, nobody's saying why. You know, prior to this time, our president had said he will not release him. Nothing whatsoever will make him release him. He will stay there. He will stay there till even after he goes. If the next person comes and wants to release him, fine, but that him particularly will not release him. And it's obviously, you see, that's what's playing out. He may never release him until he leaves. It's just a sad situation. And I don't know if after now, whether the president-elect is even ready to do the same, or ready to, nobody knows the plan that he has for that young man. Well, God being God, we get up and we play, we act God. We forget that, this earth is not our own. One day, we'll be out of this place, and, what will we be remembered for? Do we want to be remembered for, wickedness, that when they are referring to us, maybe somebody is talking to our children, they are talking to our children based on how wicked we, the parents, were, or they are celebrating our children based on the fact that our parents or the fathers did so well, that, history does not forget. But truth to the matter, history does not forget, no matter how hard you try to erase it, it's still there. It will always come back and bite you one way or the other. You know, Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know, his fate is just in the hands of God. His fate is just in the hands of God. Obviously there's nothing anybody can do. His lawyers have tried, they've done everything. I mean, how can you say whatever the court decides, I will play along, and then eventually the court says, okay, release this man, and you're still keeping him? Why are you keeping him, apart from the fact that you just want to let everybody know that it just sheer wickedness? Do you know, my brother will always say that when this man was coming up, my father told him that the greatest mistake Nigerians will make will be to vote this man into office. And it's playing out. It's playing out. I'm sorry to say it's playing out, because he does not forgive. Whatever the Igbos did to him, which I don't know, but obviously he has not forgiven. He's still holding on to it. And he will hold on to it till he gets to his grave. But after now, what next? If there's a possibility that he has to stand before his God and answer questions, will he be able to answer to this particular one, that you held on to this hatred until you stood before your maker? Wow. I pray for Nigeria every day. I pray for Nigeria every day, because if God does not intervene, I don't know whether we'll have a country in another 10 years, honestly. Because we're talking about 8 years. Is it possible that this new APC system will be here and Nigeria will still exist? I don't know. I don't know. I will still go back to the judiciary. They should do the right thing. Yes, Mr. Elvis, he said your hope is in 29, but to that 29, judiciary are meant to be the ones to translate that 29 to be what it ought to be. What it ought to be. They should do the right thing. They have the capacity. I speak to their heart. The Bible says that the heart of man is in the hands of the Lord, and he turned it wherever he wants it to go. And I'm speaking to their heart that God should turn their hearts to do the right thing. When they open their mouth to speak, let them speak the right thing. Even when their brain is telling them what to speak, when their mouth opens, they should speak what is right. Because right now, they are the only hope that Nigeria has to survive. And if they join force and kill Nigeria, posterity will judge us all. Posterity will judge us all. And we'll sit back one day and say, wow, we had the opportunity to do it right, and we did not. They should do the right thing. They have the capacity. They have everything that it takes. Like I said before now, I said, you can, take the judiciary, from what I hear, is dilapidated. They can take the money and invest in their listening and get it to, put their offices in order. It's their money, it's Nigerian money, but they should do the right thing. Is it that these people are hypnotized that they can't, everybody that before now, you celebrate for saying the truth, suddenly is no longer speaking the truth? May God just show us mercy for these people because they have to do the right thing. They have to do the right thing, Mr. Elvis. Thank you very much.
Yes, they have to do the right thing. That's why we are here doing our part. Fingers crossed, by God's grace, we'll have a better country. True Peter Obi, but not true APC. It's not possible. It's never going to be possible. Anybody that is daydreaming that, yes, you have a better Nigeria through APC, you are joking. You are, in fact, continue that sleep, because that dream, you're there forever. That's just it. So it's only Peter Obi. And I promise every one of you that have been following me that I'm supporting Peter Obi. By God's grace, he emerged as the president. The next day he's sworn in, I'll start checkmating him with this same platform. That's when you will know that we are not biased here. Nobody paid us to be doing what we're doing right now. I just want a better country, because we have tested good life as well. Many of us on the panel have tested good life. I want our people back home to test the same thing. We can't continue like this. We can't. We cannot. We will not. Thank you. Thank you, Mother Helen. God bless you. Mr. Edwin, sir, please talk to us in 5 minutes.
That was good evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
First of all, let me quickly get going. We are not here allowed. I take you no here akpabali. Yeah, if I were going seriously, but why home? Again. So otherwise they get about it. Now.
No, but if we get the source, I don't get problem with that.
You don't get why I were radio. You might tell me Nnamdi Kanu, you know. The man, I think Ike, you know, he was saying if Nnamdi Kanu die, Nigeria will see. It will be something else. Nigeria will not see anything. The only thing is I pray that young man not to die. It's just this type of effort you are carrying out now. The woman say, God forbid, somebody like you, if you die, nothing will happen. Nigeria will still be what it is. Instead, I pray God Almighty to go and shelter him, protect him and guide him. Give him health where health is due. So that he comes out and we still say thank you, God, for fighting the cause of his people. Because if you fight to benefit Igbo people, we the South will benefit from it. Even this Yoruba will benefit from it. The only thing I know is this. The problem Nnamdi Kanu is having is not Buhari. Buhari hates Igbos, we know. But the problem Nnamdi Kanu is having is not Buhari. I'm sorry to say this night. Is the Igbo people. People like Oji Uzokalu, these are betrayers, these are traitors. These are not humans. Among the Igbos, there are people selling Igbo. People like Rocha Sokorocha. These are the deadly element among the Igbos that can offer their last man for anything. They can even say waste him. So this is the problem that guy is having. One, the Igbos are antagonizing him because they felt he's too small. Before them, to come and say he's not the Messiah of the Igbos in general. Most of them want it to be wasted to go and say where we are standing. He wants to say he knows more than everybody. He's the one who is not fighting because of the Igbos. What did he know? And when you give them the chance to fight, they will never fight for the Igbos. These are the same people. Once it happens now, when people just want they will stop their people from reacting. They have a way they pass message round. Like Elvis, you always give them that name, the satanic APC. They are the satanic part of some of these evil leaders. Okay, look at what Chimaroke was doing now. Because this is how they send their fellow brothers. It's not saying, no, you should do this, you should do this, you should go and withdraw, they come and join him. But, at the end of the day, he wants Tinubu to like him. I am not telling you the Igbos today. Tinubu is worse than Buhari when it comes to hating the Igbos. Yesterday, he refused to welcome a delegate from Anambra State. So, gentlemen, if we want to do anything for Nnamdi Kanu, we should pray for him because that guy has really not committed any offense. He was labeled a terrorist. Last 2 or last 3 weeks, America now, they now revealed that, they now revisited that issue and said he's not a terrorist. For all these years, they've labeled him as a terrorist. But for the past 3 weeks now, America has changed that scenario and said no, it's not true. They've done their findings. United Nations has called for his release. The British government has called for his release because he's a British citizen. They said no. At the end of the day, the man that is holding him has wasted all his life. Buhari is a wasted man. That's why he's the Nigerian president. But if he lives there tomorrow, Buhari is not as strong as a water leaf. So what else is he going to lose? But this is a gentleman who is supposed to be around his children, raising his children going before his eyes, mentor them, give them ideas, breed them like children. But the children are also suffering this thing now. The father is not there to raise his children. It's a big pain. It's a big loss. So if anybody is going to do anything, we pray that God Almighty, the lawyers do the needful, and the judges continue to say from every angle, all the cases and allegations that was leveled against him, the court have struck them all out, and as a simple reason, we are leaving him. That's just all. Like somebody just said just now, Buhari might want to leave him there. If he goes tomorrow, somebody release him, he doesn't care. I think I could go to that. Because Buhari is like that. We were already out when they came in 1983. We knew how he behaved. Buhari is not a man. He does not have conscience. So let's pray. Let nobody be coming out to open media said, if they try it, you are only trying to, you are increasing that guy's suffering directly or indirectly.
Thank you, sir.
Because these devils, they have ears to the ground. They'll go and tell them, the people are still bragging. It's okay, let him be there. So we pray, God Almighty, to touch hearts so that he find favor from man. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dwayne. I appreciate your submission. God bless you always. Thank you, sir. On the comment section, I can see Tony Africa is right there with us. Mark Okunsaya is with us as well. Mr. Joseph Oji, Jacob D. I can see every one of you right there. Thank you, my good people. All right, let's move on now to the final person on the panel. It's Mr. Alex. Thanks for coming to the panel. Please, before you will start talking, I would like to quickly appreciate Susan Igodaro. Thank you very much for the super chat. I really do appreciate this. Thank you. Seven girl made there. Thanks once again. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Alex. Please talk to us.
Yes. First of all, I greet my.
I was going to ask about him earlier. That have you heard about him? Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much for your love. Thank you. I thank everybody on the panel. I greet everybody. I'm so sorry I've been incapacitated due to extempore and impromptu situations that I couldn't avoid. Yes, my sincere apology. But I've been with you most times after the program. I go to see how I can watch. A lot of times I'm always watching because I can't join these days every time. I greet those on the comment section. I miss you guys. I greet viewers worldwide. I want to thank everybody for your consistency and for your push towards a better Nigeria. You know real people when you are standing against the odds. You know real people when the chips are down. You know real people when, it is difficult. Among the children of Israel, there were the mixed multitude. At some point, the real people will show up. People that were there for their selfish interests, everybody will give way. So I want to thank you all. We have no other country. This is the only country we have. We continue to do our best and leave the rest to God and to nature. There are laws that govern nature. There is always a one day for everything. There are laws. There's a law of gravity. What goes up must come down. There is always a one day. One day you entered the primary school, one day you left. One day you went to the high school or secondary school, and one day you left. One day you went to university and you left. You applied for visa one day and you got it one day. One day you got your document. One day you plan to make a trip. There is always a one day for everything. To Nigerian politicians, since 1960 or since 1970 or since 1999, that one day is very close. I'm not a doomsday prophet. It's happening in Sudan. The Sudanese were told in 2010 that it will not go where. The leaders did not believe. It's happening. It has happened before and it's happening again. Libya now is in problem. Venezuela is in problem. Countries with natural resources, with daft leadership, they always have this problem. Of course, we can't rule out external forces like the British and the European Union or the Americans. But we have to hold ourselves responsible. We cannot tell people to go collect PVC and at the end of the day, you just steal their mandates, broad daylight. Away from that, back to Nnamdi Kanu, the nitty-gritty. Gentlemen and ladies, if allegedly Buhari did not die in 2017, why did they go after Nnamdi Kanu? Why? If really he's not a man from Niger ruling, why did they construct a railway line from Nigeria to Niger Republic? If he's not a man from Niger ruling us, why did they give 100 healers? One of them is worth 100 million naira to Niger Republic. If Nnamdi Kanu was not saying the truth, why did they allow all the borders with Nigeria and Niger to be free? There are no border immigration patrol, only in Benin Republic and in Cameroon, in Calabar. So you cannot just turn a blind eye. There are things we will continue to verbalize. We will continue to deliberate until that doomsday where we will come for their heads someday, because we can't continue like this. The nation is bleeding. You are talking about insecurity in Sudan. There's a war in Sudan. Nigeria has been at war. Nigeria is at war already. For the past 4 to 5 years, it's been at war, tribal war. You saw it at the elections, the tribal war that took place in Lagos and other parts of the country. So the war happening in Nigeria is even worse than Sudan, because I'm not sure they've killed the kind of people they've killed in Nigeria and Sudan just now. There's economic war, educational war, agricultural war, migration war, insecurity war, accountability war, election rigging war. There's war in Nigeria. The real war that you guys are used to have not just started, and it will soon start. Obi is the only thread. If Obi backs off, if Obi washes his hands off Nigeria, trust me, Nigeria will last 48 hours. If Obi wash his hands off Nigeria's case, if they rob him of his mandate, if they find a way to thwart him, this is not Nnamdi Kanu. We will let them know that we are one people. So for me, if you can remember, Nigeria was before the emergence, before the obistic Obiism came up. We deliberated it that, the likes of Amori and other people who were here on this platform those days, that there is a conspiracy against the Igbos after the Civil War. Unfortunately, it seems to be true. Many people did not believe it. The soldiers have fought that Civil War. The Donkabales, Obasanjo, the Buhari, Babangida, they are all alive. And they are angry. So Obasanjo should stop playing the hypocrisy card. He is among this conspiracy too. They swore that an Igbo man will never cross at least Senate presidency. That is the highest. They give it to Chubo Kadibo, they give it to Nnamani and the rest of them. The point is this. Igbos, for me, are Nigerians. If Obi's mandate is not reviewed, if these elections, if the evidence before the court is thrown away with left hand, so what's going to happen in Nigeria? Because nobody is living. People are suffering. People are even selling their babies to survive. You see, young couple sell their child to rich people who are looking for children. So it's happening. It's happening. They are selling half tubers of yam in market, something that has never happened in a land blessed with agricultural, activities like Nigeria. You now buy half yam in Nigeria now, half yam. You can't buy full one. So the hunger is visible. The insecurity, we are used to it now. The killings, nobody is scared of dying anymore. We're going to embrace them as time goes on. The only thing we want, give Mr. Peter Obi his mandate, reveal the real result. If Obi wins, give him. If he did not win, let us see the process. Let us see all the results. That's all we are just asking for. And I want to thank Mr. Peter Obi for his consistency, for his fatherly dispositions, for the way he has carried himself thus far. He has escaped a lot of temptations from these wicked and satanic people. Imagine, they've done everything to bring down this man. They position women in his hotel. They try to make people give him food. We know all these things. And the way he calmed the nation down, brothers and sisters, if it was Showore that enjoyed the kind of popularity Obi enjoyed and it was rigged up like this, Nigeria would be on fire already. Or if it was someone else. So Obi is a peaceful man and he will get his mandate, whether they like it or not. You can't call black white in a broad light. It cannot happen. And for the judiciary, listen. We were taught in school that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. But now the social media has also become the last hope of the common man. Your pictures are everywhere. We are not threatening you. This country right now is on its knees. They cannot account for 77 trillion naira borrowed money, billions of dollars borrowed money. If really Nnamdi Kanu was not saying the truth about who is in Abuja, how come monies are missing with impunity? So judiciary, look at the country. Look at the brain drain, the massive migration. Look at the hunger and starvation. Look at the injustice meted on people nationwide. Nnamdi Kanu was not in Benin. Fulani Esme came to Edo State, ravaged our farmlands. Thank God some communities fought back like mine. They know the story. Fulani Esme Nnamdi Kanu is not in Owo. Owo church massacre took place. People were killed. So it's an agenda, and the man spoke up for his people to defend themselves. And he spoke up to speak about the allegedly Buhari being dead and being buried in Saudi Arabia. Why didn't they come out debunk it? Why is Aisha Buhari crying that our man's government has been hijacked by cabals? Who are the cabals? So Nigeria Watch, judiciary right now, they know what to do. To be or not to be is with them. Now the Kanu will get his freedom. Like somebody said, nothing should happen to him. Nothing should happen to him. Because Nnamdi
Kanu can only get his freedom if this satanic APC is removed. If not, this man might likely spend another 8 years again there.
Wait. Nigeria Watch, I don't know media. I don't know anything about computers. Do you really think Tinubu, God forbid, they squeeze him into power, is going to successfully rule Nigeria for 4 years? No, now. Which Nigeria are you going to rule? How? When your currency is already dead? When a Nigeria where you can no longer borrow money with a debt burden that is unserviceable? How can you face the Igbos and tell them that we are one Nigeria now? How are you going to face the likes of Samuel Ekpa and other people who are going to start agitating from different tribes, from different countries? How are you going to face the way you service politicians with their gargantuan salaries monthly? Nigeria is a failed state. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. The only man who has proven that he has a track record to rescue this sinking ship called Nigeria is Mr. Peter Obi. So I want Atiku Abubakar to go and rest. He should just enter house, according to Madam Rita.
Atiku Abubakar should stop fronting. He should stop fronting second position. So let me round up with this, because I heard that he's challenging the citizenship of Mr. Peter Ahmed Bola Tinubu. We know these are games the Northerners are playing, fronting Atiku and telling him what to say and when to say and how to say. Atiku Abubakar did not get any score close to what he was declared to have gotten. So finally, please let Nnamdi Kanu go. Listen to Barrister Mike Ozekeme. Obey the rule of law. Nigeria is a democracy. We always compare Nigeria to America. America used their law to try Donald Trump. Why can't a Nigerian president and the Nigerian federal government obey the rule of law? He has been discharged. So let this guy go. Acquit him and let him go. So, gentlemen and ladies, once again, it's good to be back. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. It's good to have you back. I understand that, yes, one can be busy, yeah, it's not easy. Everybody have been on this together all this while, so I don't expect everybody to be here every blessed day, yeah, it's not easy. I just hope everybody can come together. We celebrate together. So both the people that have stayed with us, people that have been with us in the past, if we end up by God's grace succeeding in this quest, obviously credit will go to everybody, because all of us try. Everybody have to take equal praise on this. It's not easy. It's not easy. Thank you very much, my brother. Appreciate you. All right, Mazi Okbona, it's good to have you back. I was told that you had an accident the other night. I guess you are better now. Nothing happened to you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. Yes, good evening to
you. Good evening, sir. Good evening,
but I hope nothing affected you, right?
It affected one way or another, like this case now. As you can see me, I cannot even use this side. Affected me here. There's a bone here. It has a fracture. I want to take a stand tomorrow. So,
sorry,
my brother is sleeping over there. We just arrived from Benin to Abakaliki, where we tend to take a scan tomorrow.
Very sad. This is one of the things we are fighting for here, which you know, where somebody will face situation like this. You don't have an ambulance, and I bet ambulance was not there to rescue any of you, right?
No, we have to call and call. It didn't happen around 4. We have to call before they could come around 6 or 7. So by that time, I said, what will I do again? Since I have my phone intact, I should just call Roman. I should show him some video, some of my people that were there. So that is it. And the thing happened that after they did their work on the bridge, they leave the gravel on top of that bridge. So on getting there now, the man, I don't know what come back, whether he slept off, I don't know. But with that,
but I told you the other day that traveling at night is risky. You remember I told you that?
Yes, he said it. You are not Rako, my brother. You are not Rako. I've come out. That day I was talking to you. I was at the Jabi where I went to board the motor. So we have left Ibadan down to Jabi at that time. It's not the first time. It's not the second time. So, and we've been going smoothly. This will happen like this. And he said that risk is everywhere, my brother. So thank God that we are all alive. Everybody, none of us, none of the passengers or part of the motor died. Even the small people.
I thank God for your life. You're alive today to tell your story, and nothing much really happened to you. But listen, I want to let you know that a lot of people die every day based on the failure of the government in Nigeria. If you're not a known person, nobody talk about you. That's just the truth. People only talk about no names and reputable status. But what about common Nigerians that are facing pain situation, like this every day. The government don't even know if people like this exist. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. People.
Even when we get to the hospital, sorry for interjecting. When we go to the Benin Teaching Hospital, before they could administer anything, they still like 4 hours before they could administer anything at all. Drip and drugs. We couldn't bath, couldn't clean ourselves. The wound I have wound here, and they couldn't do anything. They just give me injection, give my brother injection, and that's all. So we're talking about X-ray. They say they bring the paper. Before I started calling one of my brother, and I called one of our brother that is at Benin before he could come. The guy said, no, we are not going to stay here. Had they been that, you couldn't have come here. They just do things anyhow. They use people to lean, to do all kind of things there. But thank God we are alive. So
No,
thank you so much.
Yes, that's what I'm happy for. I'm happy that you're alive, my brother. It's very, very important because the country is, as a whole, is just like a trap. It's a trap that if you fall on it, that's it. That's it. So
I want to
thank you very much. I hope you're. Pardon?
I want to use this opportunity to thank Mama Echu and Evans, Mr. Evans. Is there alive now? It's with us now. Thank them. They did a lot. They tried sending money and charge card. I thank them very much.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. That's good. That's good. Mama Esho told me, so, and I'm happy for you, okay?
Thank you.
But I hope you are taking your medicine and all that.
Yes. By tomorrow we'll run a scan on my chest like this. Then my brother affected him on the leg. So we're going to run a scan on it tomorrow.
You'll be fine, okay? You'll be fine. By the special grace of God, you'll be fine. Okay, I don't really want you to say much on this broadcast today. Okay. It's good to see you join the broadcast. Please, next time don't travel at night, regardless of anything. Because I foreseen it and I query you for traveling at night. So you just need to be grateful to God that you're alive today. Trust me, a lot of people die every day. Nobody talk about their story. That's just the fact, especially in Nigeria.
If you see where we came out from, just a 2-yard before the river. Before the car could have plunged inside the river. Even on that it has, I don't know what way the car was. Thank God. Thank God.
No.
Thank you very much.
You'll be fine, okay? You'll be fine by God's grace. I want you to resend your account to my Naija Watch number. I'll credit you immediately I finish this broadcast so that you can use that to do your scanning tomorrow or so. So resend it immediately now. I might even do it before we finish this broadcast, but send your account number. I know you sent it the other time when I send money to you, but I don't have it anymore. But resend it here. Okay? And I'll credit you straight away. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
God's power, please talk to us. Unmute yourself, God's power. Thank you. God's power, are you there? Okay, God's power, you are now unmuting yourself. I'm rounding up right now. All right, my people, I appreciate every one of you. Let me quickly. God's power, you just unmuted yourself here. I don't know why. God's power, why is your network always like this? I don't understand. Okay, so, let's go.
My app is new.
All right, thank you very much, my people. Everybody that joined us today, all our panelists, may God bless you all. I appreciate every one of you. God's power, are you going to talk? Because you are muting.
Yeah, I can.
Then go ahead,
yo,
sir. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Please don't be annoyed. In an Arab country, I they could wait. Sometimes their network is somehow disturbing, you know. First of all, I just want to say thank you, you know, for the good work you've been doing. I just pray that God will continue to be strengthening us and uphold you with his right hand. And I greet everybody, the co-panelists and every lovers of the truth. So, well, a lot of people are saying a lot of things, which is a normal thing. But one thing I want the whole Nigerians to know, there's a place of faith and there's a place of reality. We cannot mix it together. That is why God give every human being common sense to think, even though we are having a kind of faith. Despite that, Sister Rita always tells us that we should not have yo-yo feelings once you believe on something. But there's a place of reality that me and everyone's here that is being born of a Nigerian parent, and most of us that we are born in Nigerians, we know how it rolls. Even though we are keeping our faith alive, we know that these people, you know, it's like now then they use devil. Or these days, I don't really understand and I don't fear anything again. But I know that, like one of the panelists says, that God is the one that holds the heart of a man, the heart of a king, no matter what, everything that they're going to be saying on that hearing, that God will speak in the favor of all Nigerians, because Nigerians have been suffering under these people. Sometimes I imagine what kind of things the government will practice. It looks as if we are practicing autocracy, which the mouth of everybody is sealed than some few people. I pray it will not happen. Then let me quickly talk about Nnamdi Kanu. You know, Mr. Heavich, if you can remember, sometime maybe you used to follow up or maybe watch some of the videos of Nnamdi Kanu when he's agitating, you know, for a good governance and for the betterments of all, you know, Nigerians. He always says something concerning this government that they don't have any plans for us, and most of the thing that they said is false. They've already have what they need to play. So it's just that the thing is playing right now, and most of us are saying it. And it will be unfair for us not to tell ourselves the truth, that all what that young man has been saying, something like PVC, something like INEC, a lot of things that he said is playing out. That our PVC will not be canned. And if you check it very well, despite everything that Nigerians believe that they want new Nigerians, and somebody come out like Mr. Peter Gegri will be come out, okay, there will be a, you know, we want a transparent government, that Nigerians have suffered a lot. But if we can see how the thing is playing, that they don't want such thing to happen. The only thing I'm just praying, that God should take control. Because right now, I'm not gonna lie you, we've prayed, we've fasted. Now God, now you just do the right thing. And more so, I said something when I called in. I said we are doing our own best in diaspora. We are trying our own best. But the issue is that, to be honest to us, the Nigerian back home, have they really given up, or they are doing something? Because to be honest, if you check it very well, most of them have moved on. It is me and you that we are here trying to, like, you know, be agitating, say no. We try to be sensitizing most of them. And some of them, when we are sensitizing them, you see what is coming out from their mouth as if somebody has lost hope. Because we don't blame them sometimes, because of the nature of how Nigeria is being run, how government is being run for a long period of time. So I just pray that God should see us through, because it's only God that can do it. I'm telling you, I am in the percentage of hope of Nigerians to stand as a better country again. My brother, I'm not sure I get 50%. That's me personally. Because it's been played at everything now. It shows that this man has bought everywhere. But the Bible makes us to understand that one with God is majority. As God deal with Mr. Peter Obi, he will have a majority on his side. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God's power. God bless you. All right. Mazio Bona, I sent you some money into your account already. Receipt have been forwarded to your number. Please check if you receive. You normally receive a lot now, right?
Yeah, I normally receive a lot, but the phone I use for alert got broken when the accident happened.
But can you access your WhatsApp now?
I cannot access it until I'm off from the
you
video.
leave. Okay. But I want you to now send the receipt to your WhatsApp. I've credited you. Okay. Money
All
in
right,
your account. Use that for your scanning tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem. Don't mention.
God bless you.
All right, Gingerbread Man, thank you very much for just coming in now. Please talk to us quickly, sir. And we have Marco Kunsaye who's just joining us as well. Why are you guys coming now? I need to round up. Okay, Gingerbread Man, you're not saying anything. I'll come back to you. Marco Kunsaye, please talk to us quickly in 3 minutes.
They are coming now because I'm here. They miss me.
Mr. Mark, talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, my brother. Please talk to us. Thank you.
Yeah. So, any update? I'm always very busy at work, so I miss a lot. I'm trying to get update.
Yeah, what we are talking about, we are talking about Peter Obi countered the response of INEC to the petition that we submitted, because if you remember last week, or 2 weeks ago, I countered it myself because INEC was directly, at the same time, indirectly, stylishly supported Tinubu, which they don't supposed to do. So Mr. Peter Obi have officially countered their stand, on this whole situation. So that's what we're literally talking about. But on this final topic, we are just talking why is the satanic government still keeping Nnamdi Kanu in prison till date.
Yeah, that's. I think that's one of APC's fears. Is I think they fear the Igbos because of what they can do, maybe through Biafra. They believe if they let him free, within weeks or days, it can almost arouse Nigeria, almost like what Obi is doing. Maybe that's their fear. That's obviously, it's really easy to understand why they will not release him from prison. I think that's why. That's an easy answer.
It's very sad. It's very sad. Anyway, it's good that you came in. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much. I would like us to. We have a Gingerbread Man here on the phone. Gingerbread Man, please talk to us quickly on the phone. Let me round up. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Niger Watch, I greet you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear, my brother. Thank you so much. Talk to us.
Yeah, I tried coming in, but I think you didn't see that I was on the backstage.
We added you. We added you to this. I was calling you to speak. I added you to the panel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That means my network is being attacked by DPC. But yeah, I just quickly want to say this concerning the Nnamdi Kanu. It's very unfortunate, that Nnamdi Kanu is still held. And I want to agree with those who have the school of thought that, the United Kingdom, Britain, is also, they know they are in conspiracy with the Nigerian government. And also the alleged position that the person in Aso Rock is not actually Buhari. I also share that school of thought. Because, you see, there is no reason why Nnamdi Kanu should continually be held if the Nigerian government is not deliberately keeping him for a particular purpose. Remember, in 2015, Nnamdi Kanu made a video. He said you people are laughing at rejoicing for democracy, for electoral reform. That your next government after the so-called Buhari is Tinubu. I don't know whether you have seen that video. In 2015, Nnamdi Kanu said it. That the next government, that the next president of Nigeria that they are warming up to, that will become the next president, that they will install is Tinubu. So you can now begin to ask, this Nnamdi Kanu, where has he gotten his information from? Because everything he continues to say, becomes something that is being manifested. However, what I want to say is that the Nigerian judiciary gave judgment to Nnamdi Kanu. They did the right thing. They stood tall in that case. But it is the Nigerian dictatorial government that refused to obey the court's judgment that released Nnamdi Kanu. And I foresee that is still what is going to happen in this tribunal and election petition. The Nigerian government, with the current body language, the current state, and the obvious criminality surrounding this election, they are going to deliver judgment. They are going to deliver judgment according to the rule of law. The question now is, will the current Nigerian authority obey that court order? And if they don't obey that court order, what will Nigerians do? Remember, they gave a judgment for Nnamdi Kanu. They did not obey. Nigerians were quiet. Everybody is going about their normal business. If the same thing should repeat itself at the election tribunal, my question is, Niger boys, what thing una go do? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ginger Bedman, for coming in. Okay, my people, this is the end of the broadcast. I would like to quickly, since Alex has not been here for more than 7 years now, so let us give him 3 minutes to do the closing remark. Final. Alex, you have 3 minutes so that we can round up.
Yes, Mr. Najawa, thank you so much. I want to thank you. Being on your platform is not a right, it's a privilege, because I was not among the build-up. It's not easy to build a platform. So thank you very much for the work you are doing. And I want to thank everybody for the work we are all doing. One thing I'm unsure of, from my historiography or from my training, from the postulations around the world, about war of attrition and belligerency. Situations in Nigeria do not last forever. They've had it in Malaysia. They've had it in Singapore. They've had it in America. It always ends in a bloody bloodbath against a certain ruling class. Go and check American history. Go and check European history. Go and check Italian history. Go and check Greek history. We are going through that process. And these leaders are it happened in Ghana a little bit with J.J. Rawlings. You see, Bini will say, leaders, politicians, they are so carried away with money and power and wealth and materialism. They don't listen to the sense of reasoning. They've destroyed the country. You want to twist the hands of citizens and collect their mandates. Now you are holding hostage a man who only told his people to defend themselves against the invading Fulani herdsmen. It was not only in the eastern region, it happened in the west, it happened in the south. Fulani herdsmen came to Edo State, as I said before. So Nnamdi Kanu has nothing to do with that. The impunity, the bandits, and the Fulani killer machines have made, the wickedness they've committed in Nigeria is worse than treasonable felony. So you can kidnap a man and spend $100 million on Kenyan government. So because I heard allegedly Kenyan government collected $100 million for that thing. You can go that far. Come on to evacuate citizens in Sudan now. They are stranded in the desert. Kabuturi detrimental to you. So for me, Peter Obi is the last hope, is the last straw that will break the camel's back. This is the only hope they have. So if they like, let them do it the way they want. It's going to be now or never for them, because Nigerians can't live anymore. People are not living. People are just existing. So nobody is scared to die again. Obi is the only restraining force on Nigerians right now, because you cannot cry more than the bereaved. It was his mandate that was stolen. Yes, it's our mandate, but he is the one we all listen to. So for now, let's see the judiciary, if they will use their sense, their number 6 to do the right thing, at least for the first time in a very long time. Because the same judiciary, like someone said, discharged Nnamdi Kanu, they now brought another clause that he was not acquitted. For me, I don't believe that is acceptable. So judiciary, the boys on your court, let us weigh all the evidence before you all. We have the video, the paper, we have the picture evidence nationwide. How Obi was voted for. And Obi has presented everything. So the whole world now, all eyes are on Nigeria. And let me also warn the United Kingdom to hands off Nigeria. France, Mr. Macron, you once lived in Nigeria before. Please take off your hands off Nigeria. Don't create another face mask for Mr. Tinubu or for somebody to rule us in process after the May 29. We know the games you guys play with Buhari's allegedly deaths. We all know allegedly that Buhari died in 2017. We don't want interference anymore. So we speak as citizens, and we have that right to ask you to hands off our politics. Because right now, the country is in tatters. Our passport is almost useless. Our currency is dead. Our schools are nothing. Our young men and women are leaving the country in thousands, if not millions. I mean, there's nothing working. Which country are you going to govern as a government? So please, colonial masters, France, Britain, leave Nigeria alone. Judiciary, do your job. Analyze everything before you and declare the real results. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. Let me pick this call quickly. Hello, sir. Yeah, we are rounding up now. Thanks for calling back again. You only have 1 minute, sir. Talk to us.
Yes, sorry, sir. Nigeria watch. You see the way the team they take do me for head, you know, allow me rest here since we on at the dog. I sent some message here to you. Maybe you read it later. But I want to see my people say somebody said it as they say to fear death, to plan to go to war means nobody will ever go to war. Are you hearing me? The issue at hand now is that these people, what they want, Nigeria should give to them. Look at the Buhari you people have there is not Buhari. That was why they locked Nnamdi Kanu up. That man is not the Buhari. Buhari is dead.
Sir, you said that. Excuse me, sir. Please, if you don't listen, I might hang up this phone. Say allegedly. Don't just pass any information here.
Okay, allegedly. Allegedly, let me use that word. Aisha Buhari came out then. Can you imagine a sick man almost at the point of death? They were planning on getting to marry a new wife for him. When they brought the person, allegedly, who we call Buhari now, he was a younger fellow. Aisha Buhari said, look at the hair of this man. My husband's hair, I know his hair. It's not this man. This is not my own. They silenced him. They put her behind this thing until eventually they were able to calm her down. You see, Nnamdi Kanu is here. These people, I'm talking about the Igbos and then the Kanu's issue. We don't have leaders in Igbo land. I'm sorry to say it. And when you see us routing for OBI, I am older than OBI by age. I have to be very honest with you. But the fact is, OBI, when you see the truth has no two names. It does not hide. And that young man is able to do what he says he will do. He is not there for any tribe. The people like Ojus, Okano, and the rest of them, who are eating crumbs and they believe crumbs is better for them. We don't mind such people. Such people cannot bring Nnamdi Kanu out. He is a rival to all of them as they see him. And the Johannes and Igbo themselves don't seem to be in a good record, for all I know, to help Nnamdi Kanu. And that's why you look at.
Thank you, sir.
If you look some years, a year or two back, you will, if you know the number of youth killed in Igbo land.
Okay, sir. We need to go now. We need to go now. We need to go now. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you very much, my people. That is the last call for today. Yes, it's been a long day. We've been here now for almost 6 hours. Thank you. I want to appreciate every one of you that have joined us today on the panel. Now, God bless all of you now. And I want to appreciate those of you on the comment section, all our spectators, both the one that is supporting us and the ones that are not supporting us. We want to say thank you for you to be watching us at all. It means that you are learning one or two things from us. That's why you are here watching us every day, even though you don't like us. But one thing we want to assure you, to let you know that we are here fighting for you. We are here fighting for a betterment of Nigeria, how Nigeria can become a better country. You know, remember, you are included. As long as you are in Nigeria, you live there or you don't live there, we are fighting for you. Yes. And I believe it's also my constitutional right, you know, to express my freedom of expression. You know, so for me, no matter how anybody try to convince me, I can never be convinced that APC, satanic APC, can do anything good for Nigeria. Never. Never and ever. They can never. So if you're supporting them, that's fine. You're also expressing your freedom of expression. But I want you to understand that the state of Nigeria right now, are you happy with it? Or rather, the state of Nigeria since the creation of Nigeria. Are you happy with it? So that's enough for you to ask yourself why you're supporting them. For those of you that live abroad that are supporting satanic APC or even satanic PDP, ask yourself, you live in a better country. These people that fought for their country to become a better country. Then you don't go there, you go to stay there. If they say an APC you want. It's sad. It's very sad. We can't continue like this, my people. We can't continue to trick ourselves. As far as I'm concerned, this is me. I don't know about you. This is me. As far as I'm concerned, APC can never do us no good. By God's grace, we will come back here to talk about it. I forbid APC winning this whole thing in courts. I forbid it. But for any reason, God forbid, it later happened based on the kind of country that you and I came from. It means that anything can happen. Things happen in favor of those that's on top. Right? Nepotism. As far as I'm concerned right now, if they sworn in this man, our chances is very, very slim. Have that in mind. And I also want you guys to know, I am not here to pray for the downfall of my country. I'm against the party APC. I'm not against Nigeria. I'm getting this clear. I want everybody to understand this. I'm not against Nigeria. I love my country. In fact, I'm a patriotic Nigerian. I will not support anything that will destroy my country. I'm not part of it. That's fine. You can express your own plight. That's fine. But for me, no. And I believe the only person that can tally, or rather, that can make this pronouncement of peace to come to reality for me or for many others is Peter Obi. Without Peter Obi, this peace might be very difficult to achieve. Even though that's my wish. It will be very difficult. I can control my feelings, but I can't control other people's feelings. We can't continue like this. Look at the other guy, Mazi Ogbonna. He had an accident a couple of days ago. If that man died today, now would have just be discussing something else. Many people are dying in Nigeria because of the faith system that we have today. And you are here in abroad saying a APC you want, na PDP you want. It's very sad. It's very sad. The UK government have pronounced now, according to what I'm hearing, I've not confirmed it, allegedly that they can't wait after the 29th to start working with Tinubu. This is the same international bodies that you are crying for every day. You think they care about you or they care about me? It's very sad. We can't continue like this. For me, I don't even have patience to wait for another 8 years, having Nigeria in my head. It's not easy. Sometimes when I'm doubtful, don't blame me. I've been on this journey since April 2022, working for Peter Obi, single-handedly by myself. Nobody paid me. A lot of people accuse me that, oh, Peter Obi, how can Nigeria will dedicate all his platform, about 1.8 million followers across, everything for Peter Obi. Peter Obi pay him. No. That is the same thing I want you to do. You don't need to have 1.8 million followers across before you can do what I'm doing now. You can do the same thing. If you find a platform where people are talking about the betterment of Nigeria, talking about Peter Obi, share their videos, like their videos, support them, encourage them. I can't do it alone by myself. But my pains is when you now start supporting evil and you have children, probably, or prospectively, you will. What about the people that are losing their children in the hands of these satanic leaders. You don't talk about that. You are not interested. Sometimes I weep secretly. Oh, you think, say, okay, because I've been mad. No, I'm a very emotional person. And I believe many of you are. Sometimes I weep secretly for my country. Nothing is working. If you know me very well, by God's grace, I live a good life abroad. Even in the Nigeria, I do. And many of you right now, you do. 90% of the people on my panel are diasporans. I promise I can bet we are all living a good life. The only thing I think that is really affecting us, maybe the boredom. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I miss my country and all that. But none of them beg for food to eat in the morning. None of them beg for clothes to wear. None of them beg for security or healthcare or good road. Everything is properly stabilized. That is what we wish for our country. And remember, these same satanic people you are supporting, they come here. They come here to take, to look after themselves medically. They enjoy the system here. But when they get home, they change their heart to be satanic again. For me, this is our last hope, though. Yeah, it is. It is. Don't let anybody convince you. We must wait for the next 4 years. If you don't win today, you'll wait for another 4 years and reapply. What are you guys talking about? Do you see someone like Tinubu that you can remove from office after 4 years? God forbid, court declared him that he won in court. Oh, you think, say, if you go back again for you don't remove her from office? It's not possible. He go re-win again. He will be re-elected. We know how it works in Nigeria. The only reason why Jonathan was removed, he was bullied. He was threatened. He was oppressed, suppressed. They forced her removed because people wait there on top of him, the big person. Someone like Tinubu, you remove after 4 years for office. You sleep. It's not possible. I'm not happy that everybody is quiet, but it's okay. I'm not here to incite violence. I'm not here to tell people how to live your life. I'm not here. Anybody can choose to live their life how they want it. It's up to you. But me, I'm doing my part. I'm using my media and my team to do my part. Whether you hate me or you don't like me, people will remember me for good. This is what I stand for. Since I was born, is what I stand for. I've never changed. Almost all my life in United Kingdom, I don't have bad record. I've never changed. What is that footprint you want to leave behind? Let people look at it and say, oh, wow. Just like we are talking about Peter Obi today. How do you want to be remembered? What do you want people to remember you for? Some of you might think, now, Beck, you don't do, go sleep, Oga. Okay. But remember, death is inevitable. Now you are getting it right. None of us will live forever. Especially when you have children. How do you want people to describe you to your children when your children go ask for help from others? Say, I'll not be your papa that year, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, your daddy was the most wicked person in my community. Or your daddy was the most wicked person using social media to bully us. That time, social media, they reign. Because we don't know what to go, they reign 30 years from now. It might not even be this one again, it might be something else. How do you want to be remembered? Or what do you want people to remember you for? It's up to you. Thank you very much, my people. I'm doing my part. Do your part. Share our videos. I love you all. Thank you very much. And for those of you that are still calling in, I'm sorry I can't pick a call anymore. We are done. All right. So join us tomorrow, 6 p.m. we'll be here. I want you guys to know it's not easy for me coming out every day. Since April last year till now, we've been coming out every single day. It's not easy. Sometimes if I want to come on air, it's hard. You know, it's very, very hard. But I want you to know that by God's grace, 6 p.m. tomorrow, we'll be here again to do my part. You do your part. Thank you. For those of you on the comment section, I want to appreciate you. Semi Onagboye, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your consistency. Madam Irene, God bless you. Thank you very much. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much. God bless you. Miracle B, thank you very much. Harry Thomas, thank you very much. Freedom Simple, thank you. Thank you. My good people right there. Appreciate you all. And I can see Thomas Omoroji, thank you very much. Martina Obasuye TV, thank you very much, madam. I appreciate you. Naomi Bella, thank you very much, madam. I appreciate you. Blessing Shukuka, thank you very much, madam. Ato Vicent, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Rita, thank you very much. Appreciate every one of you right there. Mr. Tony Africa, thank you very much. Peggy Modi, thank you very much. Thank you, my people. I will say good night right now. It's been a long day. I wish I can measure all names, but as you know, I cannot. Mr. Deji P. Cole, Lord Lucan, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you all. Kested, George, thank you. Kate Igbeneo, I can see you. Thank you, my good people. Now, enjoy the curtain. By God's grace, like I said, we'll be here again tomorrow by 6 p.m. Take care and have a good night, everyone. Bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go there, biza. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. They do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí Sábàmẹ́là. Anybody? Any anybody. Mo ló ń folú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finishi. Délé mo ló ń folú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.